Robcast Radio. Where else in the world would you want to go? We might vent about our day. We could tell a joke, so go get some chocolate cake, turn up the radio. Please don't swipe us, please just like us, and do not knock us until you try us. Coming at you live from Robcast Radio Station, a portal directly into your imagination. So turn up the Robcast, here it goes, it's Robcast Radio. Might even tell you a bedtime story. Possibly tuck you in, baby. Yeah, here it goes, little maniacs.
And that is what I'm talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, put your hands together, because here's Zombie, you little maniacs, and here we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, we always like to start off your show, because it is your show, bitches. We like to start off your show by saying thank you to the Army, to the Navy, to the Air Force, and to the Marines for doing what you bad motherfuckers do to keep our country free. And while we're at it, we also always like to say thank you to all of the first responders, firefighters, EMTs, and last but definitely never least, back to badge support your local police force. Because Lord knows that when all of us little pussies run away from danger, all of these badasses are trained to run straight into it. And for that, Robcast will always give you all respect. So rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, little maniacs. I just wanted to say, I'm glad. If you're listening, that means you made it through Memorial Day holiday without being in a drunken and driving death. Woo! It's always scary, man, all of that drinking and all of that driving. And along with our current situation, there's been quite a bit of it going on. And I can't say that I blame half of them, man. Just please do me one favor. Handle your buzz. Man, we're blessed that in these days and these times that we do have a little thing called Uber. You know what I'm saying? We've got Uber and what's the other one? We've got several drive services that will come and pick you up and take you if you're drunk. And we need to, as our humanitarian thing that we're working on this year, we're going to quit talking about it and we're going to do it, is we're going to feed some hungry people, because I'm getting fucking sick of the way that I see it being done. The hashtag Shady Rays. I was going to actually buy some Shady Rays sunglasses. I don't know, one of them said you buy one pair, you get a pair for free. And and they have a lifetime replacement if you lose your sunglasses or if you step on them or you destroy them. So I thought that would be pretty badass. Well, the sunglasses look like the same as the $7 sunglasses on the shelf, if you ask me, and I can get those at the dollar store, okay, for $1.09. But B is that whenever I got to the part where it said that when you buy a pair of these sunglasses, then we're gonna feed 10 people. We're gonna send you these badass sunglasses and an extra pair, and we're gonna feed 10 people. You know, for $58. What the fuck? My brother and I went to lunch yesterday. Was that yesterday? Day before yesterday. We just went to our local diner, and I paid the bill for once in a lifetime. Not once in a long time that I pay the lunch bill, because it was just two of us, and that's what I can afford. And it was almost $40. That's my question. How in the fuck do you feed 10 people? You know, how could you even feed 10 people anyway? That gets on my nerves. We're going to work on that later this year. That's just one of my events. What we're going to talk about, and what we're going to listen in on, a few little audio nuggets we're going to listen in on. I want to know what you all think about. Have you all ever heard of a secret space force? A secret space program? Do you think that we're collaborating with people from other planets and that we have soldiers on Mars? We have soldiers on the dark side of the moon. We have soldiers that are, traveling around monitoring inner solar and intergalactic and outer galactic goings-ons. Well, I can tell you that I started hearing about secret space programs. I think we've all heard about secret space programs all the way back to, and whether we knew what was going on or not, this probably goes all the way back to Roswell, and it probably goes back even further than that into the World Wars. World War II, probably specifically, where there were sightings of the Foo Fighters, the UFOs, the Foo Fighters, that were later named flying saucers or discs, or then later UFO or whatever it is. But not only have I heard these fantastic tales of unidentified flying objects, but I started listening in on, I can tell you that I'm a fan. I used to be a fan of like Coast to Coast, right? To those late night AM radio talk shows that you've got nothing better to do than to listen. And these stories, for some reason, they're really good at night. You know what I'm saying? And so from listening in on these stories late at night back then, and listening to people like, that kind of struck my interest, were people like Bob Lazar, who said that he worked, that he worked at Area 51, and he worked on, he tried to reverse engineer alien technology as far as spacecraft go. And that's what kind of intrigued me, that this kind of thing was going on. And being that, I have nothing else to do sometimes, you go down the old YouTube rabbit hole and you start, you just start listening to these incredible tales. You hear that Bob Lazar worked on flying saucers at Area 51. He said that their propulsion system was, I'm not going to get into all that, but there was something that was like the key to the whole thing was this thing called Element 115. Was that what it was? Element 115 or Element 151? I think it was Element 115. The periodic table only went up to like 112 at the time. And back in the late 80s, early 90s, Bob Lazar spoke of this element that did not exist yet. And later on, like I'm thinking in the late 90s, then a lot of the things that Bob Lazar has spoken of in the 80s and early 90s, looked like it was 100% true. And he never went back on his story, and yada, yada, yada. So that was one of the first things that really got me into this whole, I guess, the secret space program is kind of what we're at now, thinking about the secret space program, what we're talking about now. You hear about, that was my interest into this, so that's what made me go down the YouTube and the UFO, the paranormal community rabbit hole. Now, there is another radio personality that I have a great respect for, because he's a badass guitarist, and he has a great voice, right? And we all love to listen to him. That's Jimmy Church. So listening to pretty much anything that Jimmy Church puts out there, right? Then you hear some incredible stories, right? And that, let me tell you something. My whole opinion the whole time has been that I like a story, right? I like to hear different things, different opinions, and I like to hear wild stories. And whenever you go from A to B to C to D, you go all the way back through, and you see that certain things that people say line up with certain events going on in the real world at that time. So maybe this could just be true. But what I'm saying is just starting to listen into the UFO, the paranormal, the conspiracy community. Let me tell you something. You can go into some really, really, really dark places. And I think that's why some of my mentors say not to even fuck with the paranormal, the afterlife, or the election, man. Just don't fuck with anything like that. And that will just keep your nose clean. Because some of that shit you get into and you can't get out of. Especially when you get into dark arts. The dark arts. So what I thought I would do is try to, because there's a secret soldier out there that says he went to space, and that we have this secret space program going on. No, there's probably hundreds of them, and those are hundreds of people that are out there, quote unquote, speaking the truth. And I don't want to call them whistleblowers. Some of them are. I think some of them are making up stories to make a paycheck, to try to make some money. Some of them, however, have absolutely nothing to gain and everything to lose just by telling us these stories. So is there a secret space program? How did it start? When did it start? Some people believe, these are just a couple of beliefs. A couple of just bam, bam, bam. A, the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki were what ancient, the people from Sumer, the Sumerians, the people from from the very first people. The Anunnaki are basically spacemen that came down from space and gave them knowledge and blah, 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 blah. Okay, so we have the Anunnaki that go all the way back to the basically the pre-existence of man. They've been here since we were here. And from then we'll go to, let's say, just like the very first time that you think that UFOs were sighted, as far as in our recorded history. We'll do that because it's going to be World War I, World War II, Vietnam. There were UFOs. Anytime that we did, especially World War II, after we bombed the Japanese atomically, then the UFOs started going crazy after that, supposedly. Supposedly also, the Nazis did not lose World War II. They merely went to Antarctica. They went to Argentina. And we know about Operation Paperclip, where we took all of the Nazi scientists. All of the Nazi scientists were being fought over. So we were trying to get them, whoever, Russia, Europe, especially us in Europe, us in Great Britain, were trying to get all of the Nazi scientists, because they had the rocket, they had their rocket engineering down, Charlie Brown. So come to find out, people like Wernher von Braun and, anyone to do with him as far as NASA goes, and 1,000 other scientists that came to work here just for NASA, were all 100% Nazis. Okay? And the only reason that I bring that up is because is because there's supposedly a collaboration between Adolf Hitler and the aliens to give Hitler technology, right, in order to help him. Then Hitler would agree to let the aliens have so many specimens of humans. And that was also kind of the same for Dwight Eisenhower. Dwight Eisenhower was supposed to have met with a council that included extraterrestrials, and in order for them to give us things like night vision and fiber optics. Night vision, fiber optics. I can't think of what the other ones are right now. But the point is that they did this trade deal. They give us technology. Dwight Eisenhower says, "Well, then that's fine. You can abduct all the human beings if you want to, or a percentage of them, whatever the deal was." I've heard everything from abduct, 8% of the population to we've all been abducted. I've heard we've all been abducted since birth, and that we get re-abducted to check on us every so often. Okay, so I've heard it all. And then you start to hear about the Montauk chair, which will teleport you into another. Is it another dimension, another time? I think it's more to do with time travel. And the Philadelphia experiment. The fact that Adolf Hitler was using the Vril Society, which were a lady that would channel into other dimensions, into other whatever, and that she would give Hitler advice. And it also says that they were into satanic rituals and blood sacrifice and all of these things. And then you also hear, that all of these things are still going on until this day. And then you hear that there are these soldiers that have been taken away whenever they were young. And then they were taken away, like let's say you were taken away when you were 7 years old. And let's say that you were used and abused for 20 years, right? Until you're 27 years old. Well, and then what they do after they use you up and abuse you and use you for war and sex and drugs and rock and roll in space, then they put you back into your 7-year-old body 15 minutes after you left. So you have absolutely and they wipe your memory. So that you leave, you live for 20 years, you time travel back to the same place that you were, and your memory's wiped, but then you go your whole life feeling like you had this other life that you led. That would be, that's just kind of that's kind of like what I've heard this. You hear that from one person, you think, hey, wait a minute. That sounds odd. That, come on. And then you hear it from another person and another person and another person. I would listen to Al Blalock about the Montauk chair and about the Philadelphia experiment. And these are leftover tracers of the technology that we got, are the same things that Hitler were working on, we were working on too. And the point is, we're going to listen in on some of these things. But whenever, okay, secret space program and super soldiers. Look, that's the main thing that caught my interest. And it's just that there's kind of a lot that lead up to that in order for us to kind of try to understand, if there's any validity or leg for these gentlemen to stand on. Some of their stories would match up. And I don't know. A lot of them tell the same story, but they'd have different details. And then a lot of them, you got to understand also that we have this whole UFO community that travel around and they put on these lectures. And I like it. Like I said, I like Jimmy Church. I like George Norrie. I like, all of the late night AM radio talk. Sasquatch, UFOs, aliens, whatever, right? I like all of that stuff because it's entertaining. You know what I mean? It's not something you hear every day. But what leads us into the super soldiers and the really interesting stories that they have to tell, are kind of like how they got there. So we've had the leaks of the people like Bob Lazar, that he worked at Area 51. He worked on alien technology. And we know that we hear stories that Admiral Richard Byrd goes to Antarctica. We know that that's a fact that he went to Antarctica and he took a whole, military outfit with him. Okay. But allegedly he tucked his tail and he ran back because he ran into resistance of not of this world. Resistance that he said could travel from one pole of the earth to the other pole of the earth in an hour or some shit like that. And I bring that up because supposedly we've always had a lot of this technology, the Anunnaki, what I was saying about before, ancient aliens. There's a whole series of programming on people, hundreds of shows about the fact that aliens have been here from the beginning. Now, do I believe that? I don't know. I can't help but to believe in some sort of alien life. If you look at the definition of God, you look at the definition of an extraterrestrial. If God made the earth, then he's not from the earth. Then that means he's from somewhere else. That means he's extraterrestrial. Now, do that however you want, but that means that our God, your God, Jesus, they're aliens, dude. They're extraterrestrials. If you make the earth, you can't be from the earth, right? So I thought that we would listen in. I thought that my thoughts on the secret space program altogether, it just kind of blew me away. And there are a couple of other things that, it kind of triggered me from my childhood that I'm thinking, hey man, was I in that shit? So you listen to it and you see if you feel the same way. Because I do feel like we can pass through dimension whenever we go to sleep. I think that when our body is sleeping here, it's doing something somewhere else. And then when we go to sleep in that other dimension, we wake up in our body here and we go to work. I don't know. That's just a theory. All right, so rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I just want to say I really appreciate all of you little maniacs for tuning in. I'm glad you had a safe Memorial holiday. We normally do the Robcast on Monday, but we thought that, what were we doing yesterday? I don't know. Anyway, figured we'd get to it today. We'll talk about the secret space program. Here we go. Well, here's a little bit about Mars, Germans, and the secret space program by Robert Sefer. And this is a YouTube. And it's from Robert Sefer, Seper. So check this. You can check this video out on your own. But right now we're going to listen in. It's called Mars, Germans, and the Secret Space Program to get it started off. All right, so rock and roll. Boom.
Early morning hours of February 25th, the City of Angels went into a state of panic as what were initially believed to be German or Japanese enemy aircraft were spotted over the city. Taking place on the heels of the Pearl Harbor bombing, and just one day after a confirmed submarine attack off the Santa Barbara coast, the UFO sighting touched off a massive barrage of anti-aircraft fire with some 1,400 shells shot into the skies above Los Angeles and lasting the better part of the evening. Many people believe the aircraft were extraterrestrial, with one eyewitness even describing an object he's seen as looking like an enormous flying lozenge, and some accusing the government of a cover-up, especially after conflicting accounts of the incident from the Navy and War Departments. As if to confirm public fears of extraterrestrial attack, one famous LA Times photograph emerged from the incident showing an ominous, saucer-like object hovering over the city. This much-debated photograph inspired America's first major UFO controversy a full 5 years before Roswell.
And now for news of our own West Coast, we take you to Los Angeles and the report of Byron Palmer. Anti-aircraft guns went into action against unidentified aircraft in the Los Angeles area shortly after 3 a.m. Pacific Wartime this morning. The anti-aircraft guns began barking during a blackout ordered by the 4th Interceptor Command at 2:25 a.m. The unidentified object, which some sources thought might be a blimp, moved slowly down the Pacific coast from Santa Monica and disappeared south of Long Beach. Army officials declined to comment on the possibility that the object might have been a blimp. However, it required nearly 30 minutes to travel some 25 miles. Far slower than an airplane. Watchers on the rooftop of the Columbia Broadcasting Building in the heart of Hollywood could plainly see the flashes of guns and searchlights sweeping the skies in a wide arc along the coastal area. Concussion of the shells could be felt in downtown Los Angeles, 15 miles away. U.S. Army planes quickly took to the dark skies, but whether they contacted the object has not been announced. Army officials say they will not comment until they receive a full report of the action. Although some watchers say they saw airplanes in the air, semi-official sources say they probably were the U.S. Army's pursuit. Several observers say they saw one or more planes spotlighted by 20 or 30 searchlights. The object moved southward, presumably over Huntington Park at the western edge of Los Angeles, and on southward to about Long Beach on the coast.
On it because they've had to turn it all over. Forms for privacy, their secrecy.
Okay, we'll get into that in a minute. So there you go. The Battle of Los Angeles, where there was a 1-hour flight of unknown object that was being heavily fired on. And that was also, ladies and gentlemen, at a world conflict. There's no telling what that was. And it got into what these guys got into was right then they got into Jason Rice. Okay, when I say secret space, secret super soldiers, we're going to talk about super soldiers. Oh, man. And we'll go over the aspects, because some of the super soldiers said that they've had battles in the fourth dimension. I just heard of that the other day. That was James Casbolt and Max Spiers. And a lot of these people, like Phil Schneider, there's a gentleman named Phil Schneider that said he built deep underground military bases, and they had a battle with aliens underground, and he would go around and tell his story, and he ultimately got killed. So Phil Schneider was another one. Again, I was just talking about Max Spiers and James Casbolt, and they went around and told their stories, and Max Spiers ended up dying. I don't know if he was killed or if it was how his death was actually. A lot of people speculate that that Max Spiers was killed. So, of course, it makes their story more intriguing if you think that they were off. I do believe, and only because maybe I'm naive, whenever I first heard the Phil Schneider story, that Phil Schneider, that there are definitely things that don't add up around his death. But let's see, we'll find this SSP, Secret Space Program. There are so many secret space programs or projects that people talk about that there's almost too many of them to list. We've got MK Ultra, Mockingbird, we've got Project Looking Glass, Project Monarch, And the reason that I bring this up is that you're like, if you're going to have people doing whatever the fuck you want them to do, well, then you might as well have total mind control over them. And if you've heard of a movie and of a book and of another movie called The Manchurian Candidate, to where, search, each, destroy, whatever, you've seen where like somebody gets a phone call, it's a trigger word, and whenever they hear it, they go into a trance or whatever, and they do whatever the fuck they're programmed to do. Now, all of this seems like make-believe, doesn't it? Never in a million years did I believe that something that I saw in a fucking cartoon or on the fucking Partridge Family or some shit, that this would ever be something that was tangible or real, right? And guess what? It just seems like it might be something that's tangible and real. And that's why we go all the way back to the Germans and the Nazis and what they were working on, the real society, the superior race, and all of that bullshit. It's because how do you control it 100%? The Mangala mind control, and we've all heard of electroshock therapy. And what they do in these programs is break you down with what in the beginning they did trauma-based. Hitler's days it was trauma-based. Where they would, I don't know, but they would do things to you that would fuck you up in the head, and then it would supposedly that would split your personality, split your brain, to where one side would protect you from remembering that and block it out as well. And then they split it again and split it again. You know what I mean? That's that MK Ultra, Monarch, all that. So these are things that were maybe not introduced because they probably did this with armies and shit like that for thousands of years. But these are things that were made familiar to me by what Hitler did to his people. And were made popular enough that they were incorporated into military training and experiments that had all to do with that. Went all the way well up into the 1950s, 60s, 70s. I mean, we got all the way up into where we were giving motherfucking droves and droves of people LSD in the 1950s and 60s. So, I don't know. Again, If you don't know that this way to control your mind exists and you don't think that it can happen, then I think that that's the dumbing down of society if it is something out there that's tangible. And now I truly do believe that it's tangible, and if you're aware of it, you can keep it, you can keep from falling into that trap if you know there's a fucking trap there. You hear me I'm saying? And then the reason that I bring up the Montauk chair and the Philadelphia experiment is not only you have to control your soldiers 100% as far as their brain goes, with the mind control, but you got to be able to take them back to whenever they were 7 years old and put them back, age regression back to the day that you left. Or you go back, your soul goes into the clone of you from when you were 7 years old, and y'all go right back to that day and time like you never left. Now, let's let some of the super soldiers explain their story, because I know I've done a fabulous job of just fucking it up. But I've thought to myself, because this is something that I listen to late night YouTube, you know what I mean? There's a whole, like I said, you've got Carrie Cassidy, Richard Dolan. There's a bunch of them that I really, there's Corey Good and David Wilcox, and David Icke talks a little bit about these subjects. But there are a whole, there's probably got 40 or 50 ufologists that have their own shows that do nothing but talk about UFOs and talk about secret space and super soldiers. And then whenever I'm starting to listen to some of these programs about super soldiers, then I hear the host fucking say, oh yeah, in my training, I was M55312. So this dude's a super soldier too? Like, what the fuck? And supposedly, about the time that these guys hit 30 is whenever the regressed memories, whenever all that, the mind control haze that goes over, that takes all these memories away, that other life that you lived, that blocks that out, that blockage starts to go away and you start to remember this other lifetime that you lived. So just take a minute and think about that. If you start having these weird flashes about some place that you know that you've been and it's so real, and you start to piece it together that you have been on other planets, and that you have been in other, you've been on the moon, you know what I mean? One gentleman says that he time traveled back to watch the sign of the independent, the signing, you know what I mean? The fucking, oh my goodness. All right, so let me find, I'm sorry, I'm trying to multitask here. Flip's gonna kick me in my nuts. Give me about 3 shakes of a lamb's tail. But first I will remind you all, Spreaker Studio. If you want to start your own Robcast, go to Spreaker Studio. They will hook you up. Spreaker Podcast, we always give them a shout out. They do a great job. You can always check us out. We're on iHeartRadio, Robcast Radio. We're right here at Spreaker Podcast, where we really like Spreaker Podcast. You can check us out on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, all of that stuff. But follow us, check us out, tell a friend. We really, really appreciate all of you little maniacs tuning in, because you're my cheap therapy, baby. And without you, I'd be having to pay a psychiatrist myself. You hear me? So let's find the next. Rock and roll. Okay, this is because, I looked through here. I can start with some earlier shit, from way back. Or we can start with some, I'm going to let you guys in on, like, this is one of the first really interesting lectures that I thought to myself, hey, don't I know that guy? This gentleman seems very familiar. He's very articulate. He seems to be able to put words together well. He seems to know what he's talking about. And he doesn't seem to be bullshitting what he doesn't know. Okay? So that I really, really, really appreciate and respect. So we're going to listen to... This is Randy Cramer at the Triad in Yelm, November 2015. Randy Cramer at the Triad in Yelm, and y'all just kind of listen in. Like I picked this because he started out talking a little bit about Admiral Byrd and Project High Jump, and we'll see what I don't even remember this. I know that I listened to a little bit of it here and there, and then of course whenever I look, you type in secret space program, Mars, the moon, jump rooms, super soldiers, and 20 and back. Those are all the key terms.
And he's going to explain his life, his career, his work, and a mission as a Marine. We have a guest here that has had quite a career, and he's going to explain his life, his career, his work, and a mission as a Marine. He served on the planet Mars for 17 years, and also was a part of the Marine Air Corps for another 3 years, for a total of 20 years of service. Came back to Earth. He's been rebuilt, reconfigured, reconstituted to where the man he is today. I want to tell you about his website, by the way, if you want to check more out about him. And his website is earthcitizenconsulting.org. And you can find out more about this amazing man tonight. So get ready, fasten your seatbelts, strap yourself in. What we're going to do is let our guest tonight speak for about a couple hours, do a presentation, then we're going to take a break, and then we're going to take some of your questions. If you come up to ask a question, we're asking sort of keep a really fun evening. We're going to go,
Nobody gives a shit, dude.
Captain K. Randy?
Captain K.
Hi. Hi. Okay, what are we doing? Have we figured it out? Okay. Cool. You want me to start right now? Okay, we're just starting with me talking. Cool. Alright, well, they can just sort that out for a minute. That's cool. I will wander this way for a second. I'm going to presume that some people don't know anything, so that we'll kind of start from the beginning a little bit, just be complete. I think I can cover most of it fairly quickly. So my story actually begins several decades before I was born, because the organization and agency of military intelligence for which I was created under, literally created. Some of you may have that bewilderment that you have to wonder who made you, where did you come from? I know exactly who made me. A bunch of guys in lab coats, figured out the genetic chain that they wanted to make and put it all together and was like, ta-da! So I don't have to wonder where I came from. Some guy in a lab coat, probably a bunch of guys in lab coats given the time frame. Maybe a woman or two in a lab coat, but given the gender sort of bias at the time, probably was a bunch of guys in lab coats. If I ever meet that guy, I might have a thing or two to say. Maybe a thank you or two, and maybe a kick in the shin for, I don't know. Sometimes I just have to acknowledge that there's good and the bad. And so I never would have chosen my life. Don't ever think that yeah, let's do this. That was ever my attitude about it. I just I was made, and made into being to be who and what I am and lived my life because some other people decided that was what was going to happen. But before that, before we get there, we have this crazy period, sort of World War II, post-World War II, where we have what we understand to be the modern and accepted narrative of the mid-20th century conflict known as World War II and how that either was resolved or not resolved, and then sort of what happened since then. And then there's what really happened. So, for those of you who don't know, I guess maybe by a show of hands, how many think that it was all done with at the end of World War II and the armistice, and there was no more Nazis anywhere and they were all gone and done? It was all over. Anyone think it was all done and over with? Yeah, not all done and over with at that point, unfortunately. So because the sort of highest apparatus of Nazi engineering was developing and working on reverse engineered extraterrestrial technology at that point, which they got from a number of sources, and there's a bit of a discussion that people can have if they want to have it. I'm not going to have it over who gave them what first, and then who came along and gave them what second, and then who came along and gave them what third. I'm not going to get into that nitpicky conversation. We just know that they had some conversations, they got some technological information, and you know what happens when you give the bully in the class a stick. You go around and start whacking people on the head with it. So, which is also, from what I understand, why whoever the first source of technological information became not the source of information anymore, because they were like, hey, don't go around beating people with that stick we just gave you. Not cool. Well, if you're going to do that, then we're not going to give you anything else. But that turned out to be fine for them because someone else came along and said, oh, you want a stick to hit people in the head with? We can provide you a more lighter weight aerodynamic stick that has a zap to it. I mean, we can give you a stick to whack people in the head that you will be proud of. And so they were perfectly happy to give the bullies a bigger and better stick to hit people with, metaphorically speaking. The first thing that they did was develop an aircraft based on a magnetogravitic propulsion system that allows, sort of a pressurized mercury spinning around thing. I'm not going to get into details of that either, but that is what sort of allows this sort of magnetogravitic anti-gravity lift. Now, this was not a fast vehicle. It was more like not much more than a floating tank. So it could hover above the battlefield and, people could send radio reports back about whatever was happening, but it was not a fast vehicle. And it had what appeared to be from the photographs, about an 18 millimeter anti-aircraft gun mounted underneath that could defend itself. But again, this is not really an attack vehicle. It was really designed for intelligence and observation more than anything else, and as a test run. The vehicles that came later, the Vril 1 and the Vril 2, were a bit more sophisticated. We presume that the Vril 2 did have an above out-of-atmosphere capability, that it did have a space traveling capability. We don't know exactly how many 100,000 miles they got above the atmosphere, but they definitely got out and came back. Before anybody. So the Nazi space program was the very first space program in the 20th century. We can't count that as the first space program on Earth, because we actually can go back to ancient space programs. For those of you who haven't taken a study of ancient aliens, do so, because it's a huge body of information, which I'm not going to go a ton into just because it's a huge body of information. But suffice it to say, the evidence is pretty definitive that we had ancient civilizations with space programs going as far back as we understand ancient civilizations. So the Egyptians had a space program, the Mayans had a space program, the Aztecs had a space program. They all had space programs. Where was I? Oh yeah, World War II, Nazis. Okay. So being that they did not have a fully fledged Air Force at the end of World War II, they could not make any sort of aggressive move with their new technology. Rockets were becoming sort of their latest thing, but they still had, really good airplanes, really good tanks, and the best methamphetamine in the world to give to their soldiers to create the blitzkrieg. You
Hell yeah!
Enough of that shit, and they kill for fun. So, they'll do it all day long, and they'll pay you later on for the pleasure of getting to do it. It's twisted, really, what it does to the mind and the body, but in a soldiering combat situation, it just turns people into like vicious, crazy killers. So essentially, because we've been going through the history of the industrial process of World War II, but our industrial machine was able to beat their industrial machine eventually, and they had to give up Germany. Now, this does not mean they were going to surrender. In fact, on paper, ne'er a Nazi or member of the Nazi Party ever signed an armistice or any of the surrender treaties, ever. There were 2 treaties that were signed, one that was signed in Versailles, one that was signed later in Berlin. The Russians didn't get to show up to the one in Versailles, and so they insisted that there was a second armistice that they would sign in Berlin. And both of those times, the German military and the German army and the German government signed, but not a single member of the Nazi Party signed, not a single member of Hitler's cadre signed, not a single member of the Gestapo signed, not a single member of the Nazi Party signed the surrender treaty or the armistice, so they never gave up. On paper, ever. They never legally gave up. They went to Antarctica instead. How crazy does that sound, that they went to Antarctica? Crazy? Nutty? Crazy? Well, fortunately, the Russians, who sometimes I still call the Soviets because I grew up in the Cold War era, so forgive me if I still refer to them as their old Cold War selves. But they actually put together this really fabulous documentary film where they dug up a ton of the intelligence that they have dug up over the years, and some great black and white film reels and statements from the German Chancellor of the Navy saying things like, "We have secured a amazing citadel for the Fuhrer in Antarctica." Any breakdown of that sentence is not vague. That is a very specific sentence, right? A citadel is a militarized city. The Fuhrer is Adolf Hitler. We know that was his moniker. There's no one else who's been the Fuhrer since or before. And we know that there's one Antarctica. That's a really clear, simple statement that we know that he said. But we have, the Russians certainly have collected the manifest, the shipping manifest, showing film reels of even the ship traveling to Antarctica, dumping all this stuff off. They had diesel engines, train tracks, enough material to set up shop for quite some time. And most of this was a setup that U-boats, submarines, had come under into these large ice waves and sort of hollowed them out. So this was not something that they just built on the surface in sub-zero Antarctic temperatures, right? That is silly. But coming from underneath, where the temperature and no wind is fairly steady, that's smart. And apparently that's what they did. And when you've got ice sheets, 1,000 feet thick, coming into a spot where you can hollow out for a while and live comfortably is not out of the question. Especially if you decide that you're going to spend every last dime that you have in your military apparatus to do that, because otherwise you're all going to have to get hauled away in handcuffs, and that's no fun. So what we also know is that Admiral Byrd and an entire Navy fleet was also sent down in something that was called Operation High Jump. Operation High Jump was Admiral Byrd's trip to go down to Antarctica, kick the crap out of the Nazis, sort of clean up what they thought was just a little bit of a problem that they were going to have to deal with. And they had certainly seen all this U-boat activity across the Tierra del Fuego, and it was all going to Antarctica, so they were like, maybe they're in Antarctica. We should go down there and check it out. There are some black and white newsreels, the thing that they used to show in the cartoon before movies, way back before the internet. And there are film reels of Admiral Byrd and the other admiral whose name escapes me, I'm sorry, discussing this mission, the president at the time discussing the mission, and there is a public record that these things have all happened and all occurred. So, and you can be free to look them up and see them. They're all over the internet if you want to find them. I have some of these links to these things on my website. I had them before I changed my website. Now tech guy made me something new, and maybe some of those links are not on there, and I will try and get them back up there because these are things that I know where to find them. If you click on the right thing, I just don't necessarily like a handout for everybody. But these are things you can Google and look up to, and you'll find them. So we know that a matter of record, Admiral Byrd went down, and that what was supposed to be a 6-month mission ended up being about a 3-week mission. They got the snot kicked out of them. Admiral Byrd is quoted in a Chilean newspaper on the way back out saying, we had to return because of heavy casualties. And the famous quote is, "I don't want to alarm anyone, but the next global conflict will be fought with vehicles that can travel pole to pole at extreme speed." That's his quote on the way back. The Russian documentary certainly provides intelligence that they managed to steal from us over the years of spying, documents relating to sailors who testified on what occurred that day. And according to the testimony of sailors that day, two disc vehicles raised up out of the water, swarmed sort of around the ships and sort of just like took a few pot shots with some kind of projected energy weapon. sliced one of the destroyers in half and sunk it. Sliced it in half, sunk it, destroyed all the aircraft on the surface of the aircraft carrier deck, and within like 2 minutes, shot around and crippled the fleet. There were dozens of casualties. Essentially, they spent a ton of time fishing people out of the water that they could of the ship that it was going down, and dealing with wounded, and within a few days realized that they were not going to be able to continue and had to turn around and come back. It didn't go well for them. Now, over time, to sort of, tie that string up, of that loose end up a little bit, I can say that we continued to have this very covert war with the Nazi machine for years. Okay, the American military iron fist that stomped down on South America was not just because we didn't like South Americans. It was because we knew that the Nazis were trying to get a foothold in South America again by creating another political industrial foothold. We could not allow that to happen. So if nothing else, we were going to keep them in an icy cold place that it was going to be difficult to create an industrial machine to create war again, because they had not given up on their first fail at taking over the world. These are an ambitious people, and they failed to take over the world the first time, and they're like, next time, we're going to get it. You watch. We'll come back better next time. They were not going to give up. So we were not going to let them get South America. So I have knowing the history of South America and the military history of South America like I do, what we have done to that poor continent is pretty horrible. But also understanding that it was, in a response to try and prevent something that may have been worse. It's a deeply unfortunate series of events, but that's why. It wasn't just because we didn't like South America. It was because we didn't want the Nazis to take a foothold again. That would be very, very bad. Sometime around 1967, it became pretty clear that they were advancing their ET tech at a rate that we were advancing, that we were not going to beat them. At some point, we either had to make an agreement and come to a peace agreement with them, or we were going to keep fighting forever over until somebody got to win the world. So essentially, we ended the war with the Nazis in about 1967 after we said, okay, you guys can keep Antarctica. You can have a little base on the backside of the moon, and that's it for now. And we'll give you a secret seat from the United Nations, and we'll call it New Schwabenland. So there were no Germans or Nazis anymore there. They were the New Schwabenlanders as far as anybody was concerned. And anyone who just wants to look up the maps, you can see some of the older maps of Antarctica that show New Schwabenland is sort of the carved out area inside the Swedish area. Interestingly enough, National Geographic's official map of Antarctica up until late 2012 still had New Schwabenland on it. Interestingly enough. Now, according to the armistice that were signed, Germany had to give up all conquered and acquired territories. Well, the acquired territories of New Schwabenland that they acquired, through basically going to Antarctica and sticking a bunch of flags and saying, this is us, this is us, this is us, this is us, this is ours, because no one else is going to come down here and claim it because it's cold. So essentially, they staked out that territory in about 1938. Well, according to the armistice, they'd have to give that up. They couldn't keep that. That would be part of the territory that they would have to give back because it was conquered or acquired during their expansion period, and they'd have to give up everything that they took during their expansion period. Well, they didn't. That was where they went. That was their new home, New Schwabenland. And it was on the map, like I said, the National Geographic map up until 2012. And then they finally changed it about late 2012. And they had a secret seat on the United Nations, the New Schwabenlanders. Until they sort of established their temporary foothold on the moon and decided that that was where they were going to stay. And then one of the L colonies, the lunar colonies, which I believe is the ones that they started that didn't go were 1, 2, 3, and 4. So I believe L5, L6, and L7 were the colonies, the lunar colonies that established. So one of 5, 6, or 7 became the New Schwabenlanders colony. And so their sort of establishment is now as a lunar colony, one of the L5, 6, or 7. I forget, I don't know which one. It's not my area. I know, crazy, right? It sounds absolutely insane that could be the truth. And all I can say is you can look some of this stuff up, and some of it I can sort of fill in the gaps because of the intelligence that I get from my superiors. I didn't really tell you all about that yet, did I? Okay, so Nazi Germany, Antarctica, blah, 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 in World War II. Yeah, fun. Okay, so essentially what happened here was between 1947 and 1953, we had something called the MJ-12 Committee, which Truman set up in order to deal with the exopolitical problem, extraterrestrial problem, the technology issue. What are we going to do about this? Well, we're going to set up a committee, a policy committee of 12 members, and we're going to set up special study groups that will be small groups of 5 or 6. We're going to have about 220 of those, or 220, 30 of those people, and they're going to be in charge of managing all these different programs so we can try and keep it secret and no one knows what everyone else is working on so that it, quiet. And what happened was the policy committee really lost control quickly of the programs because the special study groups were deeply in control of these programs. The MJ-12 committee was do this, don't do this, do this, don't do this, but it's 12 guys sitting in a room telling people that, and there's really no muscle flex or oversight of this for years. So essentially they're just telling everybody what to do, and everyone's saying, got it, boss. But many members of the special study group, including a true asshole of a human being, Henry Kissinger, who decided, we could make this very profitable if we do it our own way. That's my horrible Kissinger impersonation, right? But, essentially people like Kissinger were like, we could make this work for us. And I mean us, not them, not the whole species, not the entire civilization of planet Earth, but our special club of friends that we like, because we don't like everybody else. We don't like people that think differently than we do. That's what makes him an asshole, right? He didn't like the way anybody thinks of than he does, and he's willing to burn the whole world of people who don't think like him. Which makes him a prick. So the special study groups kind of start to go out of control. By the time we get to 1953, Eisenhower is president, and he ends up with 2 very interesting meetings with extraterrestrials. His first 2 sort of diplomatic meetings, which are also sort of well documented. You don't have to look that stuff up. As far as the documentation of people who have studied we went to go see his dentist. Now the records of all that are quite, suspicious and fishy, and everybody sort of knows, sort of what happened there. But you have things like the second meeting where he brought along with him the Archbishop of Los Angeles, McIntyre is his name, I forget his first name. And then basically at the end of that meeting says, you better get over to Rome and brief the Pope. And he goes over and briefs the Pope, and we know that within a really almost infinitesimally short period of time after that, the Vatican created Vatican Intelligence Agency. And Vatican Intelligence Agency's specific job, as it was outlined to them, was to essentially get some really smart guys who could get into the archives and dig up anything and everything they could on, past knowledge or experiences about extraterrestrials and non-terrestrial beings. We spent a lot of researching things where angels were referenced or other, beings and messengers of God and so forth. It was presumed that these were, in fact, extraterrestrial beings. And it was time to look into the archives and dig that information up. And then every 3 months, they would send some priests over, some Jesuits, to brief Eisenhower and his people, and eventually when the United States Marine Corps Special Section was pretty accommodating to them, they came over and would give our people briefings. And so they had access to a vast quantity of the largest historical record that they were able to just bring tons of data. There is no question that the American intelligence covert military space program apparatus as a whole and in part moved forward vastly more quickly and in leaps and bounds because of the reports that we were able to get from the priests at the Vatican, because of what they were able to dig up from their archives. Centuries worth of data, a lot of data in there that they could dig up. So it was very helpful and got us to kind of move along very quickly about what we were dealing with, because the big question was, who and what in the hell are we dealing with? Because until we know that, we're not going to give up anything or give anybody anything. So the notion of give up your atomic weapons and we'll, give you other stuff and it'll be cool. Eisenhower, which I have to concur in this, said, do we really want to give up the only thing that we might have that might be able to defend us against something of that, technologically advanced nature? Do we just want to give them up because someone said, trust us? He said, nah, I don't want it. And all I can say is that was probably a good choice, because I don't think it would have been the best thing in the world before we had developed our own covert military air force to just give up, the most powerful weapon we had on planet Earth and go, okay, we trust you, it's all good, especially given what we know now about all the other players who were observing from the wings, as it were. Oh, I'm waiting for an opportunity. I mean, just waiting for their opportunity to come and mess shit up. So, about 1953, Eisenhower was the second meeting. There was a third meeting later, and essentially this is a time when Eisenhower has to make some choices. And one of the first things that he does is continue to try and get information from the MJ-12 committee in order to figure out what to do. And then one day he sends over his Secretary of Defense Forrestal, to go down and tell the MJ boys that he needs a briefing. Forrestal comes back and says, "I'm sorry, they said no." Any of you who know anything about President Dwight Eisenhower and that his service as a 5-star general of NATO forces during World War II and as an Army 5-star general, this was not a man that you just said no to, as if he if he did not know that he had the authority to tell anybody and everybody to do just about anything that he wanted to. And so when you tell this guy no, he's like, really? No, okay. He was furious. And he basically said, you get back there and you tell them that I want a briefing on my desk in 7 days, or I'm going to get the 1st Army Division and we're going to kick the door in down at S4, which is the base that they were doing the reverse engineering of south of Groom Lake in Area 51. So I'm going to go down and kick the door in at S4, and I'm going to take those vehicles, and I'm going to take the bodies, I'm going to take their research, and screw them. And so Forrestal went and delivered the message. 7 days later, he gets a briefing on his desk that he knows is a total whitewash piece of shit. And he says, well, now I know at least that tells me that I can't trust these guys and we got to do something about this. So Eisenhower does probably one of the smartest, most brilliant things any president has ever done. And he gets together a bunch of his friends, former Navy and Marine Corps officers, most of them who had recently retired from World War II. But these were guys that were not too old to serve, too old to guide, too old to plan. They'd done what they thought was going to be the last greatest war in the world, and they were like, okay, I'm good, I can go now, right? We're done with that. So they had retired, kind of young, some of them, easily still in their 50s and, plenty of career left in them. And Eisenhower called a bunch of them in and said, well, we have to create a new military intelligence outfit from scratch. And its whole function is going to be to manage and operate as a specific functioning military intelligence apparatus, which he knew that these sort of, what we call spooks, these other intelligence guys, from the CIA and NRO, NSA, etc., were not to be trusted because they have a poor ethic. Spooks have a poor ethic. Okay, it's in their line of work. Military men and officers have to take oaths. Now, I realize some people don't think that those oaths matter. I can tell you that to many, and most of the men and women who serve in the military, those oaths matter life and death. Those oaths mean the things that you will live for, that you will die for, that you will kill for, that you will put your life on the line for, or that you will do anything for. That's what those oaths mean to people who really mean them. They mean at some point, your life doesn't belong to you anymore. And that doesn't mean that other people just get to tell you what to do with it. That means when you feel that it is the most appropriate moment of your service to sacrifice your life, you will do so. I know a lot of people, including myself, that those oaths mean something to. So Eisenhower, knowing that, wanted to put together a military unit. From his own personal experience, he felt that military officers from the Navy and the Marine Corps were of the highest moral and ethical fiber. It is the truth, and I can tell you why. There is a very distinct mentality that is different between Navy officers and Marine Corps officers, Navy personnel and Marine Corps personnel, and Army soldiers, Army officers, Air Force personnel, and Air Force officers. And that is every...
Okay, before Mr. Randy Cramer tells us the difference, I just want to remind you all that we are listening to Captain Randy Cramer, his lecture at the Triad in the Yelm, and it's around November 2015. And I appreciate all you little maniacs for listening. Rock and roll. Back to Captain Randy Cramer.
Thing to do with one thing, and that is boats. big boats, big ships, right? It has to do with that. What does it have to do with, you say? Well, let me explain. When you're on a boat, when you're on a ship, I mean, they're called ships, but when you serve, you call it the boat. It's, the boat, right? But these are ships. But, you still call it the boat, I get off the boat for a few days. Woo, okay, back to the boat, guys. Okay, that's what you do. So, but these are big ships. Some of them, I mean, we're just talking about the seafaring vessels now. Some of them are essentially floating tiny cities, as they function with, thousands of people on them. And they have to run very efficiently all the time. And when something happens on board one of these ships, there's nowhere to go if there's a fire. Okay? If the ship's going to sink, there's nowhere to go. Either everybody pitches in and you all go home, or everybody sinks. And we call this the shipmate, teammate mentality. And it matters. Because you're not just an army of one. Sorry, fuck that shit. You're a team member, you're a shipmate, you're a teammate, and your other shipmates and teammates depend upon you, and their lives may depend upon your sacrifice or not. One of the unfortunate recipients of a Medal of Honor, because he died to get it, was on the USS Stark. Some of you may remember that the USS Stark had a bomb, hit it, blew up, the compartment of the ship exploded, and when that happens, you lose sort of pressure and integrity and all these sort of things, fuel and stuff start to happen, and you have to shut things off before there's more damage. But when you do that, you're in battle stations, you're in red alert stations, which means you're in a compartment, and that compartment is sealed. When you go into your battle stations compartment, you seal the dogs, what we call the dogs, which are the clamps around the door that lock everything in, so that fire, water, not coming in or out. Okay? So if a hole gets blown in the compartment you're in and water comes rushing in, thank you for serving your country, but because you locked that door, it's not going to kill everybody else and sink the entire ship. Okay? So the water system, the fire system, also operates on this pressurized seawater system. Now, if a pipe breaks in the chamber that you're in your battle station, you have to seal that pipe off in order to restore pressure to the system so they can operate the fire system. So if there's a fire on the ship and you are in a chamber where the pipe bursts, you better seal that off or the entire ship would die because of that leak that you did not close. Right? That's how important one person can be on a ship. One person is the difference between life and death to every other person on that ship. And that creates a different mentality. Creates a very different mentality. So this sailor on the USS Stark is in this chamber. There's fire inside the chamber where he's at. The water system has burst. And there's fire everywhere. The pipes are boiling from the heat. And he goes over and he grabs the pipe, blistering his hands immediately to third-degree burns, tearing his skin off, and reaching around and grabbing again as he turns that wheel again, probably screaming, if you want to really imagine it, and then died a hot, fiery, smoky death, but saved the rest of the ship. Got a Medal of Honor for that. Okay? That's what it means to be a shipmate. If I don't do this, this is going to suck. I'm going to die anyway. But if I don't do this, everyone else is going to die. So, bye me. It was nice knowing y'all. Okay? That's a difference between how we do things in the Navy and the Marine Corps and how other people do things. In the Army, you're cannon fodder. The officers always in the Army have liked it way back here and have always liked their soldiers way out in front where they can watch and observe and safely not get shot or killed. I won't necessarily talk smack about Army officers, but their attitude is fucking legionnaires, and I have a little respect for most of them. So there are some of them who I will individually respect, but as a group, as a cadre, I have little respect for most of them. Air Force officers, not much different. Okay? They love to be away from the conflict, away from danger. They love to point guns and missiles and planes at things, and they love to be safe. Navy and Marine Corps officers get on boats. They get on ships with everybody else. They will live or die with everybody else if that's what happens. And if they're stuck in that chamber where everything's on fire and they have a choice to burn their hands off and save the ship or die, they're going to die anyway. Well, they're going to do that too. So There is a different mentality. And Eisenhower knew that, and he wanted that. So these guys get together, and they get a bunch of JAG officers. That's Judge Advocate General, which is a fancy way for calling military, called the lawyers in the military. If you're a lawyer and you're in the JAG division, you're a JAG officer. So he gets the JAG guys over, he gets these officers in, and they say, how do we write up a parameter of codes that will govern this military intelligence outfit that will hopefully add a military intelligence gathering apparatus to this whole scheme of things, something that we can trust, that has reliable observers that are military trained, that we can trust, that we know are going to process that intelligence information properly and hand it up and down the chain of command properly. And we want to be able to train specific military response units, because this is a specialized area. When we have crashes, when we have things that come down, or we have, bodies or material that we have to deal with, we can't just call up a bunch of regular Army guys and expect them not to freak the fuck out when they get on site. So you have to have specially trained people who are trained to know that when they get on site, they're going to see shit that they've never seen before the first time, that might blow their mind a bit, and they're just going to have to deal, but they're going to have to be trained to deal with that. You don't just send those people out and go, you'll be surprised when you get there. No, those people have to be trained and know what to do, because you can't have anyone coming to a site and immediately on their knees sobbing on the ground because they've completely lost all perspective. And this is something that has occurred when normal military soldiers encounter crashed UFOs, where, if they get there, sometimes regular military special forces units will arrive at the site before one of the covert space program sort of agencies arrive. And then there's a whole sort of process of how to deal with that. But, it's not always good when someone who's not trained for that sees that for the first time and craps their pants. Literally craps their pants, right? And, people can, get shaken, shocked. Now, that's not everybody. There's just a percentage of people that just might freak the fuck out. But they get over it. They deal with it. So this is why we have to stop worrying about whether everyone's going to panic. Some people are going to freak out. We might even have a few self-immolations. Someone just might gasoline. I can't deal with it. Light themselves on fire, run down the street, because that's the only way they can deal.
Self-immolations. See,
just a few.
How can you not like this guy?
Pretty quickly. But he wanted special units that could deal with this. He wanted units that were Navy and Marine Corps officers. He wanted them to have a moral and ethical code, because he knew the problem that he was experiencing and having with these other MD-12 and special study groups guy committees. And as everyone probably knows, as he gives this famous speech warning everybody about the dangers of the reach, whether warranted or sought or unsought, of the military-industrial complex, right? Well, he knew he wasn't going to be around forever. So he said, we got to come up with something, a long-standing military agency that's going to be here decades from now that can deal with this. And so they come up with a stack of paperwork that they call the United States Marine Corps Special Section Special Code of Conduct. And the United States Marine Corps Special Section was born in late 1953 timeframe. Signed into law by a secret executive order by Dwight Eisenhower. Okay? So, now, there has been very, 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 very little discussion in public or private realms about the United States Marine Corps Special Section. We are very, up until now, obviously, because I get to talk a lot about it, we've been very secretive. One other, I am at the moment the sort of de facto public relations officer for United States Marine Corps Special Section. My superiors want me to be here. I talk to them on a regular basis. I get intelligence briefings on a regular basis. We communicate about what I do, what I talk, what I share, what I should, what I shouldn't, what's going to help, what's not. So I'm not here as a whistleblower who's against orders. My people want me to be here. The United States Marine Corps Special Section Special Code of Conduct is clear about my ability to be here. Okay? Through legal mandates and codes that dictate my ability to speak publicly and my ability to restore legislative, executive, and constitutional authority over rogue programs when certain lawless conditions occur. I am morally and ethically obligated to act in my good conscience. I am quoting to you words right out of the United States Marine Corps Special Section Special Code when I say that. Okay? That word, that languaging is in there. I'm beholden to that. I took an oath to that. When I got my commission, I swore my...
Okay. This is where Mr. Cramer might when you start thinking to yourself, okay, how do we know that this dude is not just completely full of shit? How do we know? Well, this is you know what I mean? This is where, like I said, what's really good about an interesting story, an interesting conspiracy theory, things that keep our attention and make us feel like we figured something out, is when all of these, the stories that these persons tell, weave their way through a timeline in life to these things that we've already heard before. Or not. Anyway, we'll let him continue. Thanks again. I appreciate all of you for listening.
It's my duty, my life to that code. So, the code is close to me. It's my best friend in the sense that, we are a one thing that I do as the code says that I can do, and commands that I can do, and I have the authority that the code says that I do, and I do and don't do by parameters what the code says that I should and should not do, because I respect the people who came before me and who made that, and understand that it's a really good handbook for someone like myself as a Marine Corps officer, as a special section officer who is specifically dealing with exopolitical issues. This is a framework that helps me sort that out. Also, Eisenhower and these gentlemen, knowing that there was going to be problems later, that we're not just going to sort out the MJ-12 committee in the late 50s, that there was going to be an ongoing problem, that there would also be legal mandates that allow us, as I said, to restore executive, legislative, and constitutional authority over road programs, because he knew that was going to happen. So we, as a unit, are legally mandated to restore legal authority. So everyone gets that in the car today, because that's not just some people who are like, stop that bad thing you're doing because I said so. That's actually a military organization signed into law by a president that has very specific mandates and a senior military officer cadre that understands those mandates and is working to that end. Okay? So what they do behind the scenes on a daily basis is very complicated. Right? Who they're talking to and what they're doing on a daily basis is very complicated. Right? There's a lot more conversations that our officers are having with executive personnel, legislative personnel, other military personnel that we haven't been having for a while because of the wall of secrecy. Because now if they don't know things, they're going to be in danger. They're going to be at risk. Or there's going to be a risk for their inability to perform their duty to protect and defend national security, in which case then the mandate to, again, protect national security is a higher mandate. So if the mandate to protect national security in order, well, we have to tell you this for national security is a higher mandate than don't talk about that for national security. So we still get to use the national security excuse, we just get to flip it because it turns out now it's actually more important that people have this information. So that's why I get to talk to you. That's why I get to tell you things. That's why I get to share stuff with you. That's why I get to blah, 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 all day long when people want to ask me questions and do interviews. And I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to talk and share. One of the things I probably, though, don't do too much of is I don't like to share war stories too often. So, I did spend 17 years in the MDF, which is the Marsh Defense Force. Yeah, there's a Marsh Defense Force. There's colonies. They've been there since the 70s. There's other sort of evidence of that. There's an interesting video that does float around of the first drone that they landed on Mars in 1963 or something like that. It was a cooperative American, at that time, Soviet project. And I think the first time that it was brought to the public was in the Alternative 3 show that was then later, oh, no, we didn't really mean it. Sure you did. You just had to say we didn't really mean it because someone said, backtrack on that. But I can tell you, from looking at the video, it's authentic, and having been there, it's authentic. And having my spirits tell me it's authentic. But you can believe that or not if you want, it's your choice. But there has been quite a bit going on now for quite some time. And then sort of the plan was, we're going to have this atomic nuclear war, Cold War mentality. If those of you who are old enough to really remember Cold War mentality. And growing up in years of the Cold War when we were really like, it was going to happen tomorrow. The missiles were going to come flying over, mushroom clouds were going to destroy cities. We were going to be living in post-apocalyptic road warrior America. I mean, that was going to be it. That was going to happen. Okay, as far as what the sort of scare tactic of what they were telling us. So those of you who are old enough to remember living through the Cold War mentality, it was a frightening, we're all going to die in a fiery ball of atomic fire death. So, deal with it or we're all going to die. So, they created all these underground, bunkers for, survival and stacked them with canned food and clean water, air filters and stuff. And through this there's a whole, history of documentation about the Atomic Energy Commission's, building of all these bunkers and underground bases, etc. So that mentality got them thinking, well, we've got this covert space program, we've got some spaceships that can get back and forth to the moon, they can only sort of ferry a few people and, a few boxes of cargo at this point, but with some ambitious thinking. We could ferry some people and materials back and forth, we could start building some facilities, we could have a safe space, so when everyone dies from atomic hot fiery death on planet Earth, some people will survive on the moon in our secret life-preserving lifeboat colony. So, okay, they started doing that. So I know this is going to sound nutty for people who, this is maybe the first time you're hearing this, but the military space program touched down on the moon the first time in either late 1947 or early 1948. And everyone, what? No way! But yes, way! Okay, we did. We had these very slow, kind of, again, sort of like the Habano, this kind of slow tugboat, to the moon. It was not a fast trip. We didn't get there, we can get there in 90 minutes now. It was not a 90-minute trip. It was a slow tugboat. Get there, orbit around. Yay, we made it, and then, come back. And then when we were more equipped, get back there, drop an astronaut off, and what's got to be some crazy sort of primitive. I would love to see a picture of the first spacesuit. I really would. Because it's about circa 1948, 1949, right? I want to know, is it got like the bubble arms and the glass head? I mean, is it really like right out of like 1948 sci-fi? Is it? I don't know. I would die to see a photograph of one of those spacesuits. United States Marine Corps Special Section is created. They are involved themselves as this sort of monitoring organization within the secret space program to gather intelligence, create a military response to needs, things that can happen, crashed vehicles, incidents that they may want to train for. And sometime in the, again, the Nazis, being the industrious bunch that they were, had begun committing some pretty vicious experiments on human beings in order to sort of test human tolerances. Again, they had the first space program. Well, before they wanted to send people up in their own spaceships, they wanted to understand a few things about temperature and pressure and so forth. And so they created a study, what they called the human tolerance studies. And they're as awful as you might think. They were, what tolerances can we expose human beings to, temperature, pressure, heat, cold, etc., and get their responses. So a lot of people in those tests were like guinea pigs and died terrible, horrible deaths from low pressure, high pressure, extreme heat, cold, their blood boil out of their skin and so forth. So, yay, Nazi experimentism, right? Yeah, not, okay. So they did that. That was not fun, and they got into space. But they also, through that process, started with these sort of first mind control programs, super soldier programs, which essentially were this notion, we need trigger pullers who don't hesitate. We need trigger pullers and killers who will kill instantly on command. You can train soldiers, you can train, veterans with have experience and, kill faster and easier, but newbies, as we call them, they aim high, they aim left, right. They don't shoot straight. They don't want to hit their target right away. They tend to hesitate because they actually don't really want to kill anything. You kind of have to be taught in our current culture how to sort of embody your animal, ragey, killing self, because we don't, go out and hunt and stab things on a regular basis. So when you sort of embody that part of yourself, you have to learn it. You have to be taught it by other people who know how to do it. And how you sort of become your primitive animal hunter self, and so you can attack and kill things without hesitation. But most soldiers, even experienced ones, will still hesitate if you say, kill that old lady, kill that woman, kill that small child. Doesn't go, oh, wait a minute. With the guy with the snarly face and the gun, oh, cool, all right, I'd kill that guy. But the old lady, that's kind of not cool, you know? And so that's always been an issue. And people who tell soldiers what to do don't like soldiers telling them, no, I don't want to kill that person. So the sort of first impression of what they wanted to do was to create soldiers that would simply kill on command at, the drop of a hat. And so through what was a very primitive understanding of human psychology and human behavior, they decided, well, what if we just destroy their mind and rebuild it from scratch? Let's go do that. And so they essentially developed a process to traumatize the human mind, to break it down, break down the personality, to stop being who you are. What's your name? Melanie. They would break Melanie. Melanie would cease to exist, and someone else would cease to exist. We might call you Sally. And forever, like in this process, you're going to be Sally. No Melanie! I mean, they'll beat you. No, there's no Melanie! There's only Sally! Right? I mean, that's a rudimentary process, but believe me, eventually someone beats you long enough and tells you you're not Melanie and you're Sally, you might just want to agree to stop getting beat. Right? You might just give in and go, okay, you know what? Fine, I'm Sally. If that makes you happy, dude, beat me, I'll be Sally. I mean, there's just a point. We call it the breaking point where you just go, okay, fine, whatever, dude, I'm Sally. Okay? So, in that process of breaking someone down and building them back up again to create a personality that then does what you want when you want it, we call that trauma-based mind control. And it was sort of the first process of sort of creating what we sort of understand now to be super soldiers. But this was before the genetic augmentation process, okay, which comes along a little later. This is really just how do you get them to do what you want. So sort of 50s to early 1960s, this was the main methodology, trauma-based mind control. And United States Marine Corps Special Section did a study about that time, about 1965, which was a study of all of these covert military space programs, super soldier programs, to sort of create sort of mind-bendingly, easily to control super soldiers using trauma-based mind control, and came up with some data and said, this has got to be the most inefficient, most costly, most just least effective way to do this that we could possibly come up with. Because as we know from sort of how long, how much time and energy you have to sort of takes to break someone and then train them, and then there is a clock that ticks, tick, 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 from the moment that you get usefulness out of that person to the point where they absolutely break. And I mean shatter break. Okay? And usually that involves, self-destruction or immediately killing anyone around them until they're put down. Okay, they pop. Right? And because you're already taking someone and shattering them, and essentially the equivalent of taking their pieces together and just wrapping tape around it, going, no, you're good. Pull it together. Don't break. Right? Well, it's just a matter of time before, duct tape around a completely shattered vase is not going to hold anymore. Right? It's going to come apart. So essentially that's what you're doing. You're breaking that person so many times that when you put them back together, like, they're not okay. So the study essentially said, look, you want to get an effective use out of these people. You want to have soldiers that that will last. Like, you have to stop this process. This can't work, right? We've done the study and we understand that in the techniques that we've been using and experimenting with, that we are classifying the techniques in two different categories: what we will call against the grain techniques and what we will call a with the grain technique. And these turn out to be vitally important. And also vitally ethical or moral in the way that they are administered, as far as one or the other. So basically, when to get someone to kill on command, again, kill the old lady, kill that child, that goes against the grain, right? You don't want to do that. I mean, sociopaths want to do that, but there just aren't enough sociopaths, okay, to make enough soldiers out of them. I mean, really, like that was another discussion. Well, these sociopaths, they seem to be, good, efficient killers. Yeah, but they're less than 10% of the population, maybe. I mean, we just don't have enough of them. So they kind of thought, well, maybe if we break people and rebuild them, we can sort of, make quasi-sociopaths out of them. And you kind of can, but if it's not a true sociopath, eventually that person is going to feel bad about what they've done. Eventually that person's going to feel remorseful, and eventually that person's going to look in the mirror and go, I am a monster, and they're going to kill themselves, or they're going to turn on whoever's closest to them with whatever weapon is available, and that will be the end of it. Or they might just curl into a ball and wet themselves and never come out of a catatonic state. Because, I mean, these are all options when someone completely shatters what can occur. So now we would say a with the grain technique is if you have a person, let's just say it is a natural tendency to want to protect your community, your tribe, your village, your town, right? Lions are attacking the town. You just might, mat up and and kill that lion to save your people. But it's a lion. I mean, it's not a little old lady, just chill. It's a lion. So, if there is a good reason, right, your natural instincts will take over. And you will defend your people, your community, with all of your strength, intelligence, cunning that you can muster. That's a natural tendency. So when we encourage those traits, we consider that a with the grain technique. So we want to create people who are loyal. We want to create people who are ethical. We want to train them to want to protect the people around them. But we need to have them have standards for that. Which is if you say, kill the old lady, they're going to go, yeah, sorry, she doesn't have a knife and she's not trying to kill me, so no. Put a knife in her hand and have her rush me and I'll do what I can. But, I'm not going to kill the little lady just because you said so. And so we essentially commissioned the study and said, this is bad, this is better, we highly recommend doing this another way. Just in terms of being fiscally conservative. Dollar for dollar, dollar per year, years of usage versus weeks or months of usage, this is a smarter way to go. So not to mention, more ethical and moral way to go about doing this. And essentially the notion was, well, if this is going to happen, if we're going to do this way, then we shouldn't just trash our material like it doesn't matter, like they're not human beings. We should actually want to try and make better soldiers. Soldiers aren't just murder machines. They have standards, ethical standards, rules, boundaries, oaths, discipline, trigger control, all these things that murder machines don't have. So now, as typical over the years of reports that the United States Marine Corps Special Section gave to the MJ-12 committee, the committee's reaction was, that's very interesting. Those are interesting results. Yeah, we could look at that. We could do that differently, but we're not. So if you guys want to, spend your time doing that, go ahead. But we kind of like we're okay with the results we're getting. We don't want to fix it if it ain't broken. When in fact we just explained to them how broken their system was. But they're like, it works for us. So that was one of the first areas of major contention as far as us saying, what we think should or should not be, and them saying what they should or should not be. But we can go back a little bit further to that and even say that the notion that the public should be brought in on this was certainly in the United States Marine Corps Special Section promoted early on. Saying, look, we have to bring the community into this conversation as soon as we can. Right? If we agree that we're going to tell people in a number of years, 10, 20, whatever we're going to say, if we agree to that, we all do, we're having this conversation on the table, everyone agrees to this, then we should start that conversation now. We should start a process now. And that begins the sort of dialogue between those who are like, yes, we should have a conversation. No, we should not have a conversation. And we have the difference between, the sort of, so because of that split and that division, from that point on, we had a separation of ideas. And so the first public relations officer from the United States Marine Corps Special Section, whose job was to communicate and try and disseminate information to the public, was a gentleman by the name of Major Donald Kehoe. Maybe some of you have heard of him. He was a Marine Corps officer and pilot who, in retirement, air quotes, right? He was not. He had been retired out of the Marine Corps and had been asked to join up and became an officer in the United States Marine Corps Special Section. He was one of their first officers. And when they said, we need someone who can act as a public investigator to go around and look into these events and come up with, well, I'm a Marine Corps pilot, so I'll look into this and give you my official how do you do about it. And so he was giving the unofficial, idea view on what USMC SS wanted people to know or understand about vehicles that in fact had all the properties of extraterrestrial, non-terrestrial craft that were coming from another world, as opposed to the sort of swamp gas explanation, as if. So that ends up resulting in the creation of a couple different United States Marine Corps Special Section augmented soldier programs, which, we don't really use the term super soldier program. We call them augmented soldiers, which means they've had their genetics augmented in one form or another. And a program called Project Moonshadow was formed in about 1967. And over that period, they started to build and map out the DNA chains of the 300 soldiers that they were going to have in that program. It started around 1969, 1970. And so the process of designing and building these individuals was a pretty serious undertaking. Many scientists and biological engineers were involved. Many extraterrestrial scientists were involved in helping us with the process. And somewhere along that line, someone comes up with a genetic code that's me. They put patents on all of these genetic codes. So somewhere there's a patent to buy DNA. Yeah. Somewhere I'm technically listed as United States Marine Corps Special Section property. Right? I'm a jet fighter. I'm a Jeep. I'm a tank. Right? Technically, I am a piece of hardware. Yeah. Now that doesn't mean that I don't still get free will and shit, right? Because I do. But it does mean that in a very real way, when I was made and on paper, I was made as a device, as an object, as a machine, as a functionary tool that was a human being. But again, with the notion that we want to create these tools to be the best tools that they can be. Which, let's be honest, when you want to create your child to be the best child that they can be, you kind of got to give them a lot of hugs. You got to give them a lot of positive reinforcement. So the goal wasn't to beat us and tell us, you're not Melanie, you're Sally. That was not the goal. The goal was to give us goals to perform, and then when we would do them, good job, way to go, good lad, good lass, well done. Well done, well done. You'll make your family proud. Right? Positive reinforcement. It was not met with a beating twice a day, whether we need it or not. Right? It was not met with that kind of physical corporal punishment. It was met with a completely different outlook on how we were trained because of how they wanted us to act later on. So if in your studies in life you have studied the sort of phenomenon of augmented soldiers, and you have to ask the question, what makes you so different, Andy? Which would be a weird thing to say to yourself. But what makes me different is that. Okay? A genetic engineering from the ground up with a with-the-grain training program so that I would be ideal and not broken. Right? Now, that doesn't mean that at the end of my tour of duty that I wasn't kind of broken and that I had to repair myself. But it turns out I was engineered to do that. Lucky me. So part of the goal of the engineering was also so that I would self-repair and fix myself later. Wow. I know, cool, right? Wow. So sometime about 1970, they take this finished product, take a piece of my mom and a piece of my dad, and mix it all together, pop it back in my mom's womb, and I get raised by my terrestrial Earth parents. Or as much my parents as anything else, right? I mean, I popped out of my mom's womb and they raised me. And I certainly, a portion of their genetic code is in me, but I also have a whole bunch of other stuff. I have all kinds of upgrades. And all I can say is, I'm supposed to be better, smarter, stronger, faster than the rest of you. That doesn't, and I'm not trying to be like, oh, I'm better than you. It just means that that's how I was designed. Like, I wasn't necessarily designed to be like Hercules. I was just designed to be a bit stronger, faster, smarter, better equipped than the rest of you. That's all. So that we would be better. That's all, just better. All you need is soldiers who are this much better than their opponents, and they'll win. You don't need them to be that much better. That's silly, maybe. You just want them this much better. So the goal wasn't to, and we didn't want to necessarily reach too far. You didn't want to give soldiers super crazy powers that they would, what do I need you for? We didn't want that. We've read that comic book, some of us, right? We've read that comic book. We know how that goes. It's bad, right? So don't make the super soldier too powerful or he'll turn against you. And you got to make another superhero squad to fight that one, and it's a mess, right? We don't want that. So I get made. There's a training program that goes throughout my entire childhood and adolescence until 17 years old. And to be clear about this, most of this occurs at night when everyone's asleep. So nobody knows that I'm gone. Parents don't know. Siblings don't know. This is common practice too for anybody. I mean, for augmented soldiers, this is very common practice during the training period when you're a kid, because they understood this too about the training program. You can't start when they're 17. You got to start when they're 3. You got to start when they're 3. Okay? So I do sometimes, like, jokingly say, I was a Marine since I was a baby. But that's actually the truth. It's actually the truth. I started my training program at about age 3.5, and I was a Marine when I was this big, right? Because they started us when we were that big, right? Crazy, right? Baby Marines. But eventually those baby Marines are going to grow up into grown-up Marines, right? And they're going to be really well-trained Marines. They're already going to have what we would sort of, quantify in real chronological time, a quantifiable period of experience that's between 10 and 13 years of training. Okay, let me explain how that's done, because most of you are going, that math doesn't add up. Well, you're doing the wrong math. So let me explain how that math works. Quantum dilation is this experience of where you get to add time to your personal experience, and you do this through time travel, which we've also had since, the late 50s and 60s. Again, if you're new to that, we got time travel. Moving on. And when you want, let's say, for instance, you're training a bunch of kids, and let's say this is, they're about 7 years old at this time, and, taking them away for 6 to 8 hours a night is just really not feasible for necessarily all their training programs. Some of the things you may be able to take them away for a few hours at a time, bring them back later. But most of the time what's going to happen is they're going to be gone for a number of hours and or days and or weeks. That you're going to kind of have to bring them back about 15 minutes after they left. Okay? Time trouble? Right? You go through the process, and then someone brings you back 15 minutes after you left. You wake up the next day, but you have mentally, physically, experientially aged and encountered that period of time. And they have this ability to sort of, when you're that young, age reversing your cells is actually, so when they really do age reversing at that age, they're actually doing age reversing. I'll talk about that later on, which isn't technically age reversing when they do it later on. But at that age, they do. So if you go away for a number of weeks instead of, by the time you're 13, now all of a sudden you look 22 because you've aged actually a number of extra years, they can kind of delete that age process every time you come back from a training period. So if it was days or weeks, they just simply reset your cellular age to where you left, so you don't look like you aged at all. But really that means, and I know this gets weird, that means by the time I was actually 17, I was actually closer to about 30 in chronological age. Okay? I know it's weird. But that also means that after a 20-year tour, and then I come back 15 minutes after I left, then we add another 20 years to that quantum dilation. That is tangible, quantifiable seconds, minutes, days, hours, weeks, months, years of life experience that I remember in totality. So you can argue with me you want about that can't happen, but I remember it all. So I'm not sure how I would get that many extra years of memory crammed into my brain if it didn't happen. But all I can say is to my best recollection, it must have happened because it's all up here and I remember it clearly and consistently again and again and again, and it doesn't change. So, and I have a definitively sort of proven photographic memory that I feel pretty reliable on at this point, so I don't think that that's in question at this point, whether I actually remember what I remember. I'm pretty sure about that. So we'll call that quantum dilation. And so what it means is that people who go through these tours of duty and people who do this kind of service and you go back and forth, that you end up adding extra age to really where you are. So I know, again, blow your mind, right? Okay, so what that means is that I'm about a 77, 78-year-old man in a 45-year-old body, what I also call winning. Winning, okay? So I in no question, feel like I am the luckiest man in the world. Luckiest man in the world. As much as I may complain about things that have happened from time to time, I am the luckiest man in the world. Because I have gotten to go places and see things that none of you have. And unfortunately, the likelihood is that you may get to the end of your life and still never get to see those things. I hope we get to change that. I hope we have space travel before all of you die, and that you can get a chance to see what it's like out there, because it's amazing. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. If you've ever been out in the middle of nowhere and seen that really beautiful starry sky, it's better than that, and it goes all the way around 360 degrees. Awe-inspiring. I mean, words start to fail if I really want to try and describe, what that looks like, except it's full of stars, right? I mean, no atmosphere, no gases like we have here, so really even a lot of those fuzzy twinkles become even sharper, even clearer, and you can really start to see, oh, that's a little swirly, that's not a star, that's a galaxy. Oh, that's a little swirly, that's not a star, that's a galaxy. You do start to be able to see at that point some of these blips of light that are not just blips, blurry flashes of light, but you can start to see some definitive shape and realize that you're not just looking at billions and billions of stars, but that you are looking at billions and billions of galaxies, which are billions and billions of stars. It's a big universe out there, people. Wow. And if there's one thing that I would like to convey about my personal experience to you, that is, it's a big galaxy. It's a big universe. Big. Really big. So big that any notion that there aren't a bunch of neighbors out there is real. I'm just going to say it. It's stupid. Okay? I'm sorry. It's stupid. Okay? Don't be stupid. All right? I mean, because there's so much activity out there just based on the number of possibilities where things could be and life could be developing. I mean, just the billions and billions and billions of possibilities mean tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of advanced spacefaring civilizations that we can communicate with. Not to mention where there's life. That's just how the numbers break for spacefaring, technologically advanced civilizations. Hundreds of thousands. It's a lot. Right? It gets complicated. Right? There's a lot of people to get to know. There's a lot of people to trade stuff with. And there's some people that we're going to want to avoid. Right? Not all your neighbors are awesome. Sometimes, you got a crazy child molester that lives down the road. You don't want to let your kids, hang out with that guy. Some of our intergalactic neighbors are like that. You don't want to leave the kids alone with them. That's a bad idea, right? Except in this case, you may come back and find back, thanks for leaving me that hamburger. No, you were supposed to babysit, not eat the child as a hamburger. How many times have they not eat the children hamburger? So there is this food chain issue, right? So reality check, you're not the top of the food chain. I'm not the top of the food chain. We're on the food chain, okay? We're on the food chain, but there are things that are above us on the food chain, okay? And consider us, a tasty, snacky meal. So, you're on some other planet somewhere, you're on the menu. You're a delicacy, you're special, right? Ooh, yum. You brought earthlings. Oh, we love earthlings. We love them, they're so plump and tasty. Right? So, there are neighbors that we don't want to go hang out with. Some neighbors are going to invite us to dinner and we're going to go, wait, for dinner? Or as dinner, or to be with you for dinner? Can we define pronouns here to make sure that we're not on the menu? You don't want that, and so it gets complicated, but that's great. You want to know why that's great? Because this big question of what are we going to do in this giant universe that we're all alone in is no longer a question. The question is, what are we going to do with all these neighbors? You kids, get off of my lawn. Right? At some point, you kind of got to get off my lawn. Oh, get off of my lawn. We have people we have to chase off the lawn. This happen. after my 17 years in the MDF, on the ground, in the red sand, killing, dying, getting blown up, getting rebuilt again. We have these really cool medically, these holographic regenerating medical beds. So cool. They make every other medical technology you have ever heard of Dark Ages obsolete. Dark Ages obsolete. Okay? So I can explain to you how the basic of this works. And I can also tell you that I have some medical engineers. We're working on this problem. Okay, we're working on building a working model of one of these things. Okay? So we're working on this. This isn't just a thing that we got to experience. This turns out to be a thing that I know how to replicate. It's going to take a little while. It's going to take a little fun. It's going to take a little money. You don't worry about that. I don't need your money for that. I've got that money coming from somewhere else. But, you know, we're going to sort that out. But let me tell you how this works. Because it turns out that two essential pieces of technology are involved that we now have. Before we had those two pieces of technology, someone had to invent them. Okay. Thanks for saying hi. I like dogs. Okay, fine. Now I lost my train of thought. Two things. Thank you. Okay. So basically what you need is a computer program, you need software that can lay out a genetic code, all the TGACs, and then build a virtual model, right? So basically you put that in, you put the DNA into the computer, which can take a long time, right? To input that information if you don't have a quick way to translate that information to the computer. It might take a while. But once you put that information into the computer, it will build a virtual model, a little CGI person, right? That looks like what that genetic code looks like. Now, I know, right? Cool. Now, a bunch of smarty scientists from some smarty university that is escaping me at the moment, I want to say it was like some Cambridge, Stanford guys, whatever, I don't know, you can look this up on the internet too if you want to try and find this, but 2 summers ago, they come out and they've got this software, you can put the DNA code in and you get a rudimentary sort of CGI person that it builds. And their sort of purpose for doing this is because they know that it's a really close thing in the future where parents are going to be able to decide what they want their children to be and look like and the traits they want to have based on how they can sort of, you know, change things in their DNA. And or, you know, you could also, another way that they're thinking about using this is a couple who wants to sort of create a number of test tube sort of fertilized cell babies, and then you can test them all out and put the codes in and virtually build and see what these little frozen embryos are going to grow up to be, and then pick which one you want. Now, I don't give a fuck about that, to be honest. They can take that technology, they can do whatever they want with that technology. I'm just stoked they made it because I'm going to appropriate it and use it for what I need to use it for, because I need that same software. The difference that I need that software for and what I need that software to do is have cellular resolution, right? We need that like CGI image to be able to sort of define resolution down to the cellular level. That's the first thing. Now, the other thing we need is a holographic lens that projects a hologram. We got those. We got good ones. The Michael Jackson hologram, you know, with the Grammys or something like that. That was a pretty good one. It's not bad. Right? They got pretty good holograms now. Not bad. Now all we need is that lens to be able to project an image, a holographic image that also has cellular resolution. Right? So if you have the DNA code that can then project a CGI image that's cellular resolution, then use that holographic projector to project that image, that CGI image that you just made to the cellular resolution level. You can now project the human body to the cellular level over another person's body. This does 2 things. Because of something called dominant harmonic frequency resonance, the cells of your body in which if you look and you're taking this example that's a perfect example, right? It's your pure genetic code. So let's say you create a holographic projection of your liver. It's going to be perfect. It's going to be healthy. It's going to be as if it was never damaged because it's going to be the perfect blueprint from your DNA code. So the holographic image of that will be an undamaged, perfect, never used liver. Now let's say you're a drinker. Maybe your actual liver is not doing so good, okay? Or maybe any other reasons. I mean, you could not be a drinker and not have liver failure. I knew a girl that I was in high school with. She was 14 years old and had another liver go bad. She was on the wait list, didn't get it, she died. But she was 14, poor thing, right? So all of a sudden, your liver's going, I haven't had my first drink, right? Poor thing. So it doesn't matter, but your organs can go bad for any reason. But if you project that perfect image over a damaged organ, dominant harmonic frequency resonance means that that organ is going to want to conform to the perfect projection. So over a period of time, those cells are just going to want to look like those healthy cells, and they're just going to change. Now, I know that may seem like, how do you do that? It's physics. That's all I can really say. It's physics. Okay? The very raw cellular structure matching up with this image, perfect image, just wants to conform to that shape because it's a slightly solid light form being a hologram. It's a sort of three-dimensional, semi-solid light source that the cell can pattern against and wants to be like. That's the first thing it does. The second thing that it does is, let's say I get my arm blown off right at my elbow, which I have had a number of times, more than I can count, right? Just more times than I can count. More times than I can count, waking up, going, oh, which part of me got blown off this time? Right? It's not too much fun, but you don't feel it most of the time either. So I can't really say that most often the times that I had body parts blown off that I suffered a lot, because most of the time I didn't feel it at all. Or, you get blown apart, you lose consciousness. Pain stops, when you lose consciousness. But let us just say I get my arm blown off, cut off, right here at the elbow. Now, if I project a holographic image of this arm past this elbow, connecting up to this elbow, normally what happens, the reason your cells stop growing is they hit air, they hit oxygen, they go, no more arm, we got to stop right here, arm's gone, it's not there. Well, this fools the cells into thinking that the arm is still there. So they're just going to keep going, all the way down to the fingertips. Now, we had a holographic regenerating med bed that could do that in a matter of hours. About 4 hours. Wow. Right? You get your arm blown off at 10 a.m., you're cleared to go back to duty by dinner time. Okay? Yeah, no days off. No days off. You gotta get a few limbs blown off, and then you ask that, when you come to, one of the first things I would always remember to ask is, how long am I gonna be here for? When I get blown off, and they'll just be like, you'll be out of here by this afternoon. Well, tomorrow afternoon. Oh, it's gonna be a while. You're gonna be here for 4 or 5 days. Woo, time off. So it fools your arm, okay, and it will just keep going right down to the fingertips. Now, let's just say we get to build this technology right now. Now, it's not going to take 4 hours. It's going to take longer. And we don't need to project the entire arm. Actually, I only need to project enough that the arm, they connect to the cells, they keep going. So you could project, let's say, like a disc that's, this thick and that round of your arm. So you don't need to project that much space to do this. You can do it very small bits, you can grow in bits, you can do it in sessions. So the technology that we're talking about doing will be able to grow back someone's limbs, arms, legs, whatever, but it will probably take a number of sessions over a period of days or weeks. But I'd say, so what? Because you're still going to get to grow people's arms and legs back. Wow. And I want to be perfectly clear that as much as I would love to give you all access to this technology right away, the people who get in line first, okay, are all the veterans who've had their arms and legs blown. I got mine back. I behind that, it's not fair that we have the technology that could give theirs back and we say, no, we don't have that, and not give them their arms and legs back when we can. I think that's bullshit. And if I have anything to say about it, I'm going to make sure they get their arms and legs back. No, don't applaud yet. Applaud when I do it. Then you can give me a rousing round of applause when it happens. Until then, just be hopeful and like, go Randy, right? Go team, and we'll get it done. So basically, we're talking about the ability to cure and restore any cellular biological process to blueprint perfection. Like the hardest things are going to be growing back limbs. That's going to take the most time to clean that up in no time. And so you would get regular and get your liver reconditioned. And believe me, after 17 years, it becomes the most tedious, intense that it was knocking out livers and. I mean, we had these injectors inside the suits that would go right into your leg. So depending on how much you're getting, I mean, you could knock out your kidneys or your liver in an afternoon or in a day. I mean, the drugs were that intense and were that physically damaging. But they have, again, this is the technology to fix this like that. So who cares? Sure, we're going to ruin your liver. It's your new one.
We please hold
Yeah, hold questions, please. We're going to get to questions in a minute. So, and I got pictures I want to show you guys. And I know Tim had some questions he wanted to ask me, so I don't care how long we're here. Let me just say that. I don't care. I'm perfectly happy to sit here and talk about stuff and do things for a bit. So let's talk about pictures. Okay, so I'm going to apologize that some of the pixelization, the resolution on these pictures is not as sharp as I would like them to be. And, you know, they had to put it in a zip file, and I'm like, well, okay, let me break down the pixelization images of this. And the person who I got these from does have gigabytes of image data to my computer. Because a lot of these images, take up a lot. I can as closely as possible. I can also. This is a Galactic Freedom Class TR-3B. The TR-3B, also known as the Black Manta, is built by Northrop Grumman. It is the workhorse of the covert military space program. Everybody uses these. I've been trained to fly these. I've flown in them. I have piloted them. Not the main thing.
Okay. And for that, Brandy Cramer's get into a slideshow, some pictures, some spacecraft that he's piloted and things like this. And that, my friends, has been kind of an interesting presentation. Take it for what it's worth. Look up Captain Randy Cramer for yourself. Now, we're going to move on. All right. Now, now this is two gentlemen that claim to be also a part of a secret space program with many great respects to Kerry Cassidy for performing this next interview with Jason Rice and Tony Rodriguez, the secret space program recruits. And here we go with Kerry Cassidy. And you can check out this interview also online. But hey, we got nothing better to do, man. We are rocking and rolling and hitting cycle start. We're driving out here into this damn oil field and seeing if this saltwater pump is pumping. Woo! So hang with us. Kerry Cassidy, Jason Rice, Tony Rodriguez.
Hi everyone, I'm Kerry Cassidy from Project Camelot, and I am here today with two very interesting individuals, and we're going to be talking about the secret space program, Mars, the moon, and these experiences that both these guys have been having in their past, and I'm not sure whether it's ongoing or not, so we're going to find that out. So we're just calling them secret space program recruits, kind of for a lack of another kind of designation, and they will both sort of share their titles, etc. Now, they've been interviewed by Guy MTV and also by Jimmy Church so far, as far as
shout out Jimmy Church.
So I'd like to welcome Jason Rice and Tony Rodriguez, and I'm going to switch the screen over to them here, and just bear with me if we do have some bandwidth issues. So we have two guys on at once, and sometimes that can be an issue. All right, so go ahead. Guys, want to say hello to the audience?
Well, certainly. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me on your show today, Carrie. I certainly appreciate the opportunity.
Hi, everybody. It's good to be here, and it's great to be on meet you, Carrie, for the first time, and I'm glad to do this. This is my first time really with Jason live. We've been in contact with each other through Gaia for a while now, so it's good. I'm still learning about his story. I'm happy to be here and continue.
Excellent. Okay, so now I have these bios for you guys, but they're way too long. What I prefer is like a short paragraph, so I don't know if I can even sum this up, but give me a chance here, and then I'm going to ask you to obviously augment what I have to say. So it looks like at age 2, Jason befriended a human-appearing visitor named Stian, or Stein. How do you say the name? Stein? Or Stian, okay. Whose mission was to observe and learn about Earth's cultures and people. This friendship marked a pivotal time in his early childhood, and he explains why he became an escape artist. And those that have listened to Jimmy Church, his show, you will have heard some of that story, I'm sure. And ultimately, he got involved in a military MyLab situation, and he was identified as an intuitive empath, enrolled in experimental behavior studies in 1977, and I guess in 1986 is the end of a 7+ year MyLab training regime, and most of his time in active duty pertains to a program that he was involved in, and I'm going to kind of skim through this quickly, and we'll just jump over to Tony Rodriguez. Okay, so Tony is, let's see, he says he's 46 years a married father, and from a name I can't pronounce, Michigan, and calls himself a working class man. Normal is kind of a question mark there. Let's see. Was involved, he calls himself a human, I think you're calling yourself sort of a slave or a sex slave, involved with satanic worshiping and the elite being used in this way. I'm assuming this wasn't with your permission, but we're going to find that out. And later sold off to secret space programs where he served on Mars for a short time as a support server, as a support soldier for the Mars Colony Corporation. And then got involved in the Ceres Colony Corp, where he lived for over a decade and was working on German ships as a repairman and eventually a cargo engineer on interstellar trade missions. So that's pretty brief, and as brief as I want to be right now. So let's start with Jason. And Jason, can you augment this? And this is, it's I kind of brought you both on at your request, that some reason you wanted to appear together, maybe there's safety in numbers, or maybe there was a rationale behind it. So maybe you can tell the audience why you decided to come on the show together, and maybe the parallels between your backgrounds, or if that's part of the reason you wanted to come on together.
Okay, I caught most of that. Some of the audio was cutting out a little bit. The reasons why we wanted to appear together. I'm happy to let you go first, Tony, if you'd like.
Well, no, actually, Jason, I was asking you to go first.
Oh, all right, fair enough. Reasons why are because I think teamwork and cooperation on the full disclosure effort is what's ultimately going to be required for us to achieve full disclosure. And part of that is that some of the information that the experiencers and vets have to provide can be linked or connected together based on some of the information that each of us has individually. And so Tony and I thought that working together in this effort would be a great opportunity to do that, to show that there are many benefits to working together to try and solve the full disclosure puzzle, the SSP full disclosure puzzle. And so this was what we felt was a good opportunity to do so.
Okay, so you're an advocate of disclosure, clearly, and looks like you're an American patriot. You've got an American flag behind you, if if one can draw that conclusion. And then over to Tony. Tony, did you want to talk a little bit about your rationale for coming on the show together, maybe your thoughts along that, how that works out for you, and then we're kind of going to keep going back and forth between the two of you, and then maybe something about your background and who you are, so the audience can kind of encapsulate who you are.
Sure. Well, I didn't go through. I wasn't groomed for the space program. I was kind of more of a victim of it. Like in the early years, I had made somebody mad that had access to it, and they put me in that program, the score and back, or whatever, however you want to call it, whatever we call it nowadays. And where I was taken at night and did 20 years and put back. And during that time, I was a slave. So it was done as a punishment to me. It wasn't because I was the best man for the job. So my particular situation is much different than other people you've heard in that regard. But why me and Jason are working together is what I've found is that, since I've done over 40 interviews now. And since the first one's with Dr. Sala, people have reached out to me, and most people don't remember as much, and people that remember quite a bit don't want to talk about it. And what I've found is that the absolute best therapy is to speak to other people that experience it, and me and Jason have been able to do that. I've talked to other people, and just talking about it with somebody that understands what you mean when he uses the term parting gift that they gave you, some trauma programming on the way out. Somebody else that's experienced it really can help you deal with it. When you can talk about it and they kind of, just the look in their eye when they understand what you're saying. So since we've met, we've been really good at that. And there's been many things that told later on in my service, I had a hair of rank, above. I was a slave, still a slave laborer, but I was, in charge of other slaves. So I had a hair of rank, and I got to know a little bit of the workings that went on just in the last few years. And everything that Jason's told me privately has matched up from what he understands of the workings of that fleet up there. So he's told me things that really matched up and supported it. So I don't listen to everybody else's story. I've kind of tried to turn it all off, the researching, just deal with it from what I know. But I think it's very important for people that are experiencers in any way to not just be quiet about it and not be silenced about it, whether they're endorsed by somebody, some researcher or not. I think it's important for people to find others and talk about it.
Okay, fair enough. And I certainly agree with that. Now, in terms of your background, I guess we'll go back to Jason at this point. Jason, if you can encapsulate in maybe sort of a short paragraph, what you did in the secret space program. So this is not really so much about your childhood, other than, we'll get into some of that later, but just for people who are watching and really want to understand who is it I'm talking to right now? Who are these two guys? What did they do in the secret space program? So what rank did you reach, and what, if you could kind of sum up your experience and the number of years, also tell us that in the program.
Sure. The name of the program that I was a part of was called Career Return, and it essentially was Earth providing approximately 24,000 ground forces for use by the Mars German breakaway civilization. What we were told initially was that it was going to be used for border patrol, and it turned out that what it amounted to was a false flag operation in which we were helping planetary populations defend their planet. There weren't enough of us to fight for them, so our mission was to help train, help them build up their defenses, help them to create their own defense plan so that they could ultimately be the ones defending their planet. And the 20 years that I spent in that program, I made it up through the rank of major. The way that the program is organized is that rank for above a major, that of lieutenant colonel, and general staff, is all held by Mars Germans. And that's part of the original Earth agreement, so that the Mars Germans would maintain their control of the operations. The 10 different carrier groups that were involved were all manned and run by Mars German Navy personnel. The IDAR forces were basically catching a ride to our eventual destinations for the missions that we were sent on. Those were not our organic assets, the ships. It'd be something very similar to the current arrangement with Marines on a naval vessel. While they may share some of the firefighting or safety or emergency rescue operations, they are not directly involved in the day-to-day operation of the ship, and that was what we experienced.
Okay, now a couple questions here for what you said. IDAR, can you define those initials stand for what, so our audience can understand?
Sure, absolutely. IDARF stands for the Interplanetary Defense and Reaction Forces.
Okay, and you're saying those are not part of the Mars Germans as you're calling them. Okay.
It is part of the Mars Germans fleet, Mars Germans forces. There were 24,000 Earth humans that were part of the fleet. There were a total of 10 carrier groups that those personnel were spread throughout. There were an equal number of Mars Germans, so there were a total of 48,000 total. 24K of those from Earth, and the other 24K from Mars. Does that explain it?
Sort of. I mean, at first you started out saying that it was more like the Marines kind of helped out, and that this IDF, ARF, or whatever was more like that, so that they weren't actually part of. They were helping out, but they weren't part of the original fleet. Now you're saying they are part of the original fleet.
No,
I'm not sure. Maybe I misunderstand.
Sure. What I'm saying is that their role on board a naval space ship is similar to that of the current conventional Marines, and that the Marines aren't responsible for any of the engineering or the navigation or the day-to-day operations per se of the ship. We were catching a ride. And that was essentially what we did on the Mars German naval ships.
Okay, so you were a fighting force. You were not involved in overall operations. Correct. Okay, fair enough.
That's correct.
Now, there was something else you said in the very beginning that was unclear to me. I wonder if you remember what you said. Okay, well, maybe we can circle back unless you can think of perhaps some clarifying. Now, is there a reason why you have these numbers? Not like overall numbers of fleets, numbers of this, number of that, in your own particular sort of situation, because all of the whistleblowers that I've encountered never get that detailed in terms of numbers. Was that part of your job?
It was part of the information that I came across during my training, and I was also responsible at a point during my career for training new people coming into IDAR. So that information was what I had available to me at the time.
Okay, and these fleets of how many? Are these vessels? Are these ships? In other words, like UFOs, triangles? Do you know what they were?
The ships varied in shape. There were a large number of different shuttlecrafts. The interplanetary ships that we used were either cigar-shaped or a modified wedge, if you will. It's almost like an arrowhead was the general shape. Okay. Just very large.
Right. Okay. And what kind of ship were you on predominantly?
Well, I shared time on both kinds of ships, from the large cigar shape to the arrowhead shape. But again, we were catching a ride, so most of my time spent in IDARF was on the ground, on another planet, in theater of operations.
Okay. And were you, so you were a soldier predominantly, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you went up through the ranks, and how many years do you consider yourself having served in the secret space program?
My term of service in IDARF was just over 20 years. It was like 20 years and a couple months.
Okay, but in real time, were you gone for 3 hours, or were you gone for, a longer period of time? How does that work in Earth years?
It worked out that the amount of equal time was 20 years and 2 months, but my reinsertion back to the initial departure point happened within a couple of hours of my receiving my change of orders.
Okay, so, well, just to clarify for the audience, are you saying, there have been other people that have talked about this? Obviously, I've interviewed Randy Cramer, but there's also a guy who, Stephanie Ralph, her husband, who talked about being being taken on Mars and coming back in a matter of hours. Are you saying that in this life, like if we were to sort of look at your life progress here on Earth, would it appear that you left for a couple hours total on Earth time, or what?
That's a good approximation or a good explanation of it. It would have appeared that I was gone for no more than a couple of hours, if that.
Okay. Now, and we're going to get to you, Tony, because I don't want to jump too quickly between the two of you. Otherwise, people are going to come away going, what the hell did they just hear? It's very confusing, because there's plenty of, stuff between the two of you, each of you having your own story. So just sticking for the moment with Jason. So I heard that you said you were an engineer in this life. I'm thinking here on planet Earth. Is that your job here on planet Earth? You were an engineer, or you are an engineer type of thing?
My graduation from college was with a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering, and that has been my profession in the conventional sense, yes.
Okay, so now, do you consider yourself still working for the secret space program, and do you think that you are used in the astral in this way?
That's a good question. No, I do not consider myself still working for or involved with the secret space program. As far as being a special asset for astral work, no.
Okay, and have you ever been regressed?
I have had some hypnosis therapy through Georgina Cannon, and the 1 3-hour session is all that I've had to this date.
Okay, and when did you start recovering your memories? At what age?
Well, the memories started coming back very quickly right after my exit from the military, and that was back in '97. Now, the flow of more memories coming back started occurring in October of 2016. Now, between 1997 and 2016, I would have certain recalls that I didn't put any context to. And only with being able to look back and see the context have I been able to connect some of the pieces that didn't have any connections before. Most of the pieces came through and started coming through in the fall of 2016.
Okay, and do you know what triggered that?
I've been asked that before on a number of occasions, and there are, I believe, a number of reasons why. 2 decades passing, 20 years seems to be a milestone for a lot of trauma victims recalling their own individual traumas. So I think the time frame has something to do with it. I think also the individual consciousness has something to do with it. I think that the Earth's energies has something to do with it. Essentially, what I'm saying is that I cannot point to any one thing and say that's the one switch that led to this.
Okay. Now, were you following things like, because actually Project Camelot is one of the first people that, that's me, that interviewed really the first super soldier to come forward, which is Duncan O'Finian. And after that, we had sort of a stream of them, and there continue to be what are called super soldiers. Now, I haven't actually asked you this, but I do believe you said you had some kind of augmentation. I don't know if you still consider that you have augmentation in your body at this time, but in other words, were you familiar with Project Camelot? Are you familiar with Duncan O'Finian and the super soldier programs that have been sort of talked about now, and they're bandied about everywhere, really?
Sure. To answer your question, no, I was not aware of Project Camelot. I was not aware of super soldier testimonies. I do not consider myself to be a super soldier, and that's certainly not any of the terms that I would use to describe my terms of service.
Okay, but you did have augmentation, is that correct?
We all in the program for IDARF received nanite enhancement therapies, which was a number of different protocols, not just one, but it was enhancements to help with, for instance, radiation resistance or augmentations to our eyes or our ears, or the communication protocols that allowed us to, carry on a conversation with the higher command. So yes, there were some augmentations. We refer to them as enhancements.
Okay, fair enough. I do too.
Sure.
But nonetheless, just for the, colloquial term for this kind of a soldier with enhancements is super soldier. That's just a loose kind of term. Now, the idea of a soldier being more than just a normal human without augmentation of any kind or enhancements, as you call them. So, in your case, did you have muscular enhancements, and were you recovered? Because I heard you tell Jimmy Church that you'd killed, if I understood it, thousands of aliens. So,
again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I appreciate all of y'all little monkey asses for tuning in to the Robcast, and I am intrigued with super soldiers. And again, we are here, Carrie Cassidy, interviewing Jason Rice and Tony Rodriguez. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. We may listen to this, and we might possibly have time for one more after that. And I just wanted to come in here and say, just stop for a moment and say, follow the show. And if you got your parents around, tell them that you love them. Send them an email, give them a hug, and tell them that you appreciate them bringing your monkey ass into this world. And hey, if they're no longer with us, they're looking down at you right now, and they are motherfucking proud. All right. Also, one other thing. You listen to this right now, have a special talent. Use it to your advantage. Wake up every single day doing something that you love to do, just like yours truly, and the world will be a better place. Come over to the creative side instead of all of that competitive bullshit. But the main thing is, I appreciate you, all of you little maniacs, for tuning in. And we are back. We got Carrie Cassidy, Tony Rodriguez, and Jason Rice.
Normally one gets enhancements. And were you recovered? Because I heard you tell Jimmy Church that you'd killed, if I understood it, thousands of aliens. So normally one gets injured in the process of battle. Were you given, sort of instant repair or the ability to repair yourself instantly? And do you have any musculature differences? You don't look like a big guy, but I don't know. We can't really tell on video. I don't know how tall you are, any of that kind of thing. So I don't know if you have, under that jacket, big muscles and this kind of thing. I don't know if you're super tall or something. Do you have this kind of, augmentation physically, or is it only kind of whatever in other ways?
Well, the enhancements that we received were nanite driven. And once all of those nanites were cleaned from my system, all of the enhancements that I had during the time were gone. So
when you say nanites, but you say nanites, you're talking about nano.
Nanotechnology.
Okay, well, we're getting nano right now from the chemtrails, every human on the planet, so I doubt that it's actually cleared out of your system completely because we've all got it. But given that you're saying you have a special...
enhancements that IDARF provided were cleaned out. So any of the other nanite particles or those others present in the atmosphere, there's a chance that we're breathing them every day.
Okay, so did they wear out, or were they taken out purposely by the people you worked for?
They were removed as part of a 10-day procedure that I went through upon exit.
Okay, and when you had the nanites, did they enhance your physicality?
Yes, they did. They enhanced them. You couldn't tell the difference from the outside, but the marbles were essentially inside from...
And were you injured? In other words, did you, like Randy Cramer, were you killed and you were able to come back to life, basically? Were you any of these kind of things?
I did receive injuries during my combat tours, and I would say that the nanites sped up the natural healing process. It wasn't a matter of dying and then being reinserted with my consciousness and placed into a clone. It was more of a healing the body that I've got without going anywhere process.
Okay. So now I'm going to move over to Tony, and thank you for that. Sorry to be I'm firing questions, but in the short time we have to cover some ground and to deal with both of you, I want to be sure we can get some information out here for the public. So, Tony, I'm going to ask you some of the same questions I just ran through with Jason, so you're kind of lucky you got to hear, him deal with it. But if you can encapsulate yourself, and I know you had said you sort of started out as an Illuminati sex slave, if that's correct, and then you got recruited somehow into the space program to be a slave for them. What kind of a slave were you? And also, were you mainly a slave on the moon or Mars or other planets also?
Okay, so basically it was a 20-year term that I was taking. And in the beginning, I wasn't, the very beginning wasn't a sex slave service. It seems I was privately owned. And I went through a program, a CIA remote viewing program, where we were classified as clones and trained to do psychic work, like intuitive work. And I ended up living in Puerto Tahuantinsuyo, Peru, and I was a psychic that they were drugging and they could put me under, and I was being used as a security measure for an airplane that shipped cocaine from Puerto Tahuantinsuyo to Santa Marta, Colombia. That was like 1,200 miles.
Okay, you called yourself, just wait 1 second, sorry, you called yourself a clone. Was that purposeful, or is that a misunderstanding?
Well, I think it was a misunderstanding, but the doctors that worked on me in the beginning on the Earth that put me through that program, which I've traced back through Project Whirlflame with the CIA, considered me a clone. So I don't know if they were told that so that they were disconnected from us, or if there's some kind of technology where I was cloned and there was a consciousness transfer, which the more I look at it adds up from what I went through. I think the whole experience of taking people for 20 years and putting them back, there is more than one technology that can do it. I think there's many different technologies, and certainly the ETs have different technologies that do the same thing.
Sure.
That being said, I did that for 2 or 3 years. And right around I was 10 when I was taken, so right around the age of puberty, 12 and a half or 13, I lost whatever abilities I had. They were drugging me and putting me close to me, like a near-death experience. And apparently I could channel, and I did all kinds of things that I had a guy there that would ask questions, and I would ride on a plane so that they would know if the plane was going to encounter bad weather or be lost, or if the police were going to be waiting. They were using me for that purpose.
Okay, now you're saying this as if it happened this is normal earthly time, something you were doing in so-called normal time. So at some point, once you were recruited for the secret space program, asking you the same question I asked Jason. Were you taken off planet for a few hours that amounted to 20 years, or how would you kind of classify?
It was the same night. I was taken at night after we went to bed. I had we had the UFO experience. I had rays and reptiles in my bedroom that carried me off, and they put me back the very same night, and I woke up and had breakfast with my family the next morning after living those 20 years.
Okay, interesting. And what year was that you lived those 20 years in?
It was in my original interviews. It was the school year of '81, so I thought '81. But the more I look back on it, it was around April of '82 that I was taken.
Okay, so now are you currently still involved in the secret space program? Do you feel you're used in the astral, or do you feel that if you're a clone, are you being replaced by various clones as you go through, this existence, so to speak?
No, the term that they said was that they were going to borrow my consciousness. And I was certainly, when I woke up in the air base where I went through the trauma-based mind control, I had no memory of my life. I had no memory of my family, my mom, dad, or anything. When I woke up, in the original doctor examination, he asked me, do you remember your mom and dad? And I said, no. So I went through those 20 years with no memory of my life. There wasn't, I did have interaction with an ET that showed me the house where I grew up, that while I was up there. When I came back, I had no memory of the 20 years, and I had my memories back of my life. So it certainly seems logical that I was taken, my spark of life consciousness was taken out of one and put into another blank slated body and then put back. And so that way those years weren't remembered. So, and again, after the 20 years, I always had brief memories, but right after the 20-year mark, right after 2000, then I had an MRI done, and that's what triggered the memories. Also, at that same time was when I discovered Randy Cramer's first interviews that explained about the 20 years and how they could do time dilation and put people back in the same night. And that's when it all came. I was in denial of everything I had remembered. I was in complete denial. When could I have had time to stand and look out the window of a starship over the planet Ceres and look down? When could I have done that? I had chronological memory of my whole entire life. So there was no time for me to go and learn an entire career, because in those memories, I had a career, I had friends, I had a life. I remember how I got. It's not a dream. In a dream, you don't remember how you got there. If you're dreaming, you're walking through a store, you don't remember how you drove to the store or how you went home. In a memory, you can actually go, oh, I drove to the store, and oh, I went home after that. And that's what the difference was. But I was in denial of all that, because when could I have had the time? So when I learned about the time travel, which was actually coincidentally only a few weeks after I had an MRI, just like Ralph did, it all came back to me. It all just assembled. I mean, it was like overwhelming. I had chunks of years of memories that assembled, and I was able to remember, but I'm still remembering.
Okay, but when that happened to you, when you kind of had this MRI and then you started having memories, and it sounds like it came like a lot, what was your psychological reaction to that? I mean, did you go find yourself a therapist, or how did you deal with that?
Well, I couldn't. My immediate family, my wife at the time, didn't believe in aliens. And, I was a normal person, so that's not something you go to a therapist. I wasn't going to go to a therapist and get put on some medication. But it was shocking, because, again, after the Peru time, I went back to a home for a billionaire in Seattle, who I found, and I've returned to I found the home exactly how I remember it. I can describe it more, even though I wasn't in the, this is a method of proof.
Sure.
I found it. I found the places that I remember. I know my way around places in Seattle, which I'd never gone in my life. But those memories, during that time, he was a satanic elite billionaire involved with the CIA with drug trafficking.
Okay, now are you saying he's not that now?
He's dead now. I found his obituary.
Oh, all right. So this happened, again, you said this kind of encapsulation happened in 1982, and you went back there now, which is 20...
I was in Seattle with that, doing that service. So they were throwing parties, and we were being used as sex slaves for political fundraising parties, which I found newspaper clippings of. I've confirmed those as well.
In what year
was
that?
83 to 86.
82 to 86. Okay.
83.
83.
84 to
Okay.
86.
Okay. So again, your state of mind when you started to have all these sort of bleed throughs, were you, did you drink a lot? How did you handle it?
No, I've had people accuse me of being schizophrenic or having some kind of, mental problem, and I don't. I mean, if I did, I would go get checked out for it. I would go get treatment, but I'm not. And during that time, other than being confused, at that time, I just wanted someone to talk to because, again, I wanted to put some sanity to it. I wanted to be able to talk to people that could say, oh, I wanted to be able to talk to Jason back then. Would have been great, but I didn't. I didn't speak to anybody for a long time, and I contacted researchers and ended up being drafted into doing interviews rather than therapy. I wanted to speak to others, and it turns out that the immediate others that were public back then didn't want to speak to anybody.
Okay,
and
now what year was the MRI that you had?
It was the end of May 2015.
So relatively recently.
Yeah, April. So the first week of April of 15 was when I had the big recall event.
Okay, and when did you see the Randy Cramer stuff? After that?
That day. It was that week. That was a switch when the time travel aspect, the time that you could be gone and experience 20 years and go back. That was kind of the switch that I went, oh my God, that happened. I had the memories already. I had the memories, and once I didn't deny them as dreams, and I said, whoa, these are memories. It just hit me, man. It rained on me, all the big chunks of memories. And I went, oh my God, that happened. And in the following weeks, I got on Google. I remembered Earth. I remembered the time in Seattle, the house vividly. And I remembered Peru. I still go back on Google and look through the town. It was my home for a long time. And I got on Google and I went, oh my God, there it is. And that was another, because I didn't want to believe it. You don't want to believe this stuff when you're getting it. So I didn't want to believe it, but ever since then, all my research I've done, and I've hired private investigators. I have other people that are investigating for me.
Okay.
And every time something turns up, all it does is support what I've remembered. I haven't found anything to really dash it apart.
Okay, now were you, you say you were a slave, you spent 20 years, I don't know if it was off planet, but do you consider it off planet 20 years?
Well, the first 6 to 8, it's not like they celebrated my birthday or I had access to something, so the dates are hard for me to recollect. It's not
well,
like
just vaguely speaking, what I'm trying to get at is, were you a soldier, a slave soldier, or what kind of slave were you?
So after the time in Seattle, they were drugging us, and they switched the drugs, and I became allergic to whatever they were giving us. And so they sold me to the military, which was the threat. If you don't behave here, through that, it was like living in an orphanage. And for those parties, they said, if you don't do that, you're going to be sold to the military. And at that point, I was taken to the moon, to the trapezoid base on the back of the moon, and trained and augmented as well. And, I remember the nanites that only worked on the table you were on. There was some process they did with the nanites that they would only work in that room, that the room was powering them while they were working, and then that was how, and then they came out. So I don't think I got the full throttle of that stuff, but I was augmented. And I went through many surgeries during that time. And then I went through just a fight or flight response. They didn't give me any kind of tactical training. We were basically a bounding maneuver for the real soldiers on Mars colony. And we wore white environmental suits, no armor, no anything. We wore white suits, and we were bait for the insectoids to attack so that they could fire from an elevated position. It was a program. They were trying to put numbers to meet they were trying to put cheaper, easily trained troops with the real troops to match the numbers of the insectoids that they were fighting on Mars. And so we were at a remote base that had been overrun and then repaired. And I was there only maybe 6 months or so, and they canceled the program. After that, I was retrained into ship repair and how to use tools to repair ships. And I was sold, I guess, to the Ceres Colony Corporation, which is a small planetoid right after Mars. And I lived there about 10 to 12 years, and that's where I did the bulk of my time.
Okay, now when you were repairing ships, you mean UFOs? What kind of ships?
Well, we rode a train in the morning to the ship, and I took an umbilical aboard it in the very beginning, and it was an antiquated ship. It was more like a submarine on the inside. It had submarine doors that closed, and you had to step over them, and it was automated. There were other slaves like me inside, and we were given, just like the order board for the cooks in McDonald's. They look up at the screen and it tells them what to make. We had screens that told us what to do step by step. You were number, and I was a number, and it was, I don't remember the number. I don't remember a lot of the names or towns, but I was a number, and it said number such and such. This is what you're going to do. Step 1, go get these tools and return. And then when I returned, it would know I was there. And then it would give me the second step. Take this and go to section A, and it drew a map, and I would follow it. And when I had a question, I could come back to that board, and it told me how to maintain the ship and how to do repairs. It was basically a submarine.
Okay. When you dealt on Ceres, were you dealing with aliens or insectoids or threats of aggressive aliens, or did that whole sector sort of not coincide with your shipbuilding situation?
The Ceres colony had about 225,000 people living there. There were 2 other ET races that were living there full time, and there were many that were visiting it, doing trade. Their trade was the primary.
Okay, well, what were the 2 other races living on Ceres?
There was one race that was taller, about 9 feet tall, that had an elongated skull, like really wide hips, and was a taller race, and they ran all the businesses. They were under the Germans, but they managed basically every business. They were the manager of every business, and so everywhere you went, if you went to a restaurant or anywhere else, there was one of those there as the manager. There was another race, shorter, but still about 7 feet tall. They had bigger eyes, and they had strange proportions in their arms and legs, and they had long hair. Every one of them had different colored. There were blonde ones, there were redheaded ones, there were black-haired ones, but they all had long, straight hair, and they were a race that lived there, and they basically did technological jobs. They did ship repair and ship maintenance.
So these were obviously working. These races were friendly races you were working with and for. Is that correct?
On your head, Booker.
I believe they were working under the Germans. For whatever reason, for a peace treaty reason.
So you were dealing with Germans the same as Jason was dealing with Germans?
The Ceres colony was a German breakaway colony.
Okay, and you knew they were German because why? They spoke German or what?
German. There were everywhere you went, everywhere you went, there was an eagle with a different symbol under it. There was the rounded swastika in some places, and there were other symbols.
Nazis, in other words, Nazis.
Yes.
Okay, did they have the Nazi? Was the society run in essence by, call them fascists? Was this a fascist colony on Ceres?
Yes, it was a military. It was ran by the military.
But they were German military.
Yes, and they reported to the Antarctica. The High Command on Ceres ran Ceres and had absolute power there, but they reported to the High Command on Antarctica, and I believe that the High Command on Antarctica reported to the reptilians around Jupiter. I believe that's the order of command, but again, I wasn't...
Okay, what about Phobos?
I'm not familiar with any operations on Phobos.
Okay. All right, so in terms of... I'm going to go back to Jason now. And thank you for that. And Jason, so let's talk about the Germans a little bit. How did you know they were Germans, and did they speak German?
Yes, that's a great question. I knew they were Germans because the other officers that I first encountered that were from Mars, Germany, they indicated and self-identified themselves as such. And speaking the German language was something that was reserved among the leadership of the Mars German military. If any of the Earth soldiers knew how to speak German, then that was turned off, if you will. They reserved that language specifically so that they had a means to communicate among their own citizens without others being able to determine what it was that they were saying.
Okay, so you're calling them Mars Germans. Why do you call them Mars Germans?
We referred to them as Mars Germans. The other soldiers that I served with were from two separate cities, if you will, from Mars, and they self-identified as Mars Germans. They started off in Antarctica.
Okay.
And still have a base there. And they moved the bulk of their R&D later on in their civilization's existence to Mars, while they maintained a caretaking base, if you will, in Antarctica.
Okay, and is it your understanding that base still exists?
Yes, it's my understanding that it still exists.
Okay. So were you part of also a fascistic situation when, were you under orders, and was it run like what we consider, fascist Nazi Germany would have been run?
All I can tell you is that the chain of command that I was under in IDARF was very similar to the chain of command that I was in under the U.S. Army. And so you have commanders, you follow orders, and you issue orders for your subordinates.
Okay, but as these were Germans that you have specified that the chain of command were Germans. Is that correct?
That's correct. The Mars Germans.
Okay, so did they behave like Nazis? In other words, within the fact that they also behaved like the chain of command in the U.S. military, was there a distinguishing behavior that would indicate to you that they came from a culture, a shared culture related to Nazi Germany?
I would say that no, not necessarily, simply because a lot of times military chain of command could be seen as a dictatorship, and there's specific reasons for that. As far as getting into politics, they weren't allowed to talk about their at-home politics. So the things that we talked about had to do with military training or the current events going on with where we were.
Yeah, but you must have seen lots of movies with Nazis in them that are in ranks of power, and there's a distinctive behavior within being a Nazi general as opposed to an American general in theory, because their philosophies of life and the way to run a world may at root be different. In other words, there's a fascistic consciousness that pervades Germany, why they would refer to themselves as German, why they would use their language exclusively. So were you not aware, or are you trying to say that if there were, and I don't know if you're trying to say that there were no American generals there, you're just saying the entire people that you reported to were all Germans?
That the chain of command for lieutenant colonel and above were all Mars Germans. Now, that means that majors, captains, lieutenants were what the Earth Forces were allowed to positions that the Earth Forces were allowed. Now, as far as the Mars Germans being different, there were some, like you encounter in everyday life, that had an arrogant streak that put any Hollywood actor to shame. So I would say that from a standpoint of their elitism or their self-identifying as being better, of course there were some of them like that. There were also some that did not share that particular character trait. So,
okay.
Does that answer your question?
To some degree, yes. Okay. In terms of the William Tompkins information, are you familiar with that whistleblower?
I'm familiar with some. I would like to say that I deliberately did not do a lot of research, specifically so that I can go to sleep each night knowing that the information that I remembered is mine and not something that was data mined from elsewhere.
Sure.
So to answer your question, I am familiar with some of William Tompkins' testimony, but I am by no means familiar with all of it.
Okay, now did you think that the Germans were reptilian?
No.
Okay, so you saw no indication that those Mars Germans, as you're calling them, were reptilian?
That's correct.
Okay. Were they taller than normal?
They varied in height between 5'10" to 6'2".
So just a normal human height.
Yeah, normal human height.
Okay, that's interesting. So when you were on Mars, and how long were you on Mars?
I was on Mars for 2 separate periods of time. The first was during training, during my initial training in IDARF, and the second was while I was going through extensive healing and recovery after an injury. So my limited experiences on Mars, because our original training there was spent out in the boonies. I mean, we were essentially out in a Martian equivalent of a desert. But didn't see any cities, didn't see any buildings.
So you didn't do battle on Mars. You only
No.
only were there recovering and being trained.
That's correct.
And in training, you weren't trained in battle there?
Oh no, we were trained in battle there. Some of our life in a suit was how we referred to it, because the 4 months that we spent during that particular training leg or rotation were spent almost entirely in our combat suits. So
Okay, were you dealing with insectoids or any other kind of no? So how do they train you if you don't have any opponents?
Well, that was the beauty of the either augmented or the digital realities that we were able to tune into. They used some of the same things that are used currently or conventionally, which are either remote power or remote operated. Again, most of it was trying to get us with full familiarization with our equipment, which included either digital realities or augmented realities of a target that we needed to attack or an objective that we needed to cover. And so the digital realities that we were able to take to participate in or to take advantage of, there were certain cues that were used within the digital realities, so that we were able to determine that, okay, this is real, and when some things are present, it's a digital. So you could tell the difference between the two. So from a training perspective, they could use and did use a wide range of digitally created, objectives.
Okay, so for how long were you digitally trained?
It lasted throughout the entire time of my initial training period, as well as throughout the rest of my career, because we used that heavily for times when we needed to train, for instance, on board ship.
Okay, so how long would you, but you said you spent a certain time in Mars, so can we kind of put that in is it years or months on Mars?
The training period that I went through for life in suit was 4 months on Mars. And the healing and recovery period was about 8 months. That was much later in my career.
Okay, so about 12 months.
Yeah, I'd say about that.
So,
but they were not contiguous. It was not
all right.
all at one time.
Now, you claimed that you were going off planet, out interstellar, going to other civilizations, and you called it a false flag, and I'm not sure why you're calling it false flags. So you went as part of an expeditionary force that would be going and, in essence, it sort of sounds like colonizing other planets, offering our services as a military unit to fight wars for other cultures. But there's some deceptive layer in there. It sounds like if you're using the word false flag, you're trying to say that we weren't really fighting for them. How do you characterize that?
Well, those that were pulling the strings, the Draco, were also responsible for the organization and the invasion, creating the hybrids to create the circumstance where we were invited in to help, because that way they create the problem and the solution at the same time. They get their foot in the door and they're able to franchise these, this control mechanism out to other planets.
Okay, now
So-
you're saying, okay, so you're talking about, you didn't, like when you created these two, or you're talking about these two sort of forces, IDRF or whatever it is, and the Mars Germans. And you're saying that you never mentioned the word Draco. So now Dracos were where exactly?
The Dracos were behind the scenes pulling the strings, because the original formation of IDAR goes back to the Mars Germans getting out of their original moon base lease, in order to, which they leased the property from the Draco in order to build their first moon base. In order to get out of that lease, they had to do a couple of things. They had to provide some troops to the Draco for use where and when they needed them, which was what the IDAR fleets were. And they also had to find another tenant. That other tenant that they found was the Cabal, the rest of Earth's SSP programs. They're the ones who took over the Mars Germans' original moon base. So the puppet masters, if you will, behind the scenes, pulling the strings, were the Draco for creating the problem on another planet, so that they could also provide the solution in the form of help defending their homeworld through us.
Okay,
We weren't
now
aware of
did
that
you see?
duplicity.
Did you see the Draco?
I have seen images sent to me by the same person that gave me the history of the Mars Germans during a deployment. Part of the communication protocols that we had included the ability to send images and certain kinds of information from one soldier to another.
Okay, so what did the Draco look like that you were dealing with?
They were about, they were reptilian. They had a very large physique, enough to scare just about anybody. They had the slitted pupils. They were about 14 feet tall. The ones that I saw varied in color from a brown or tan earth tone to some of the darker, deeper reds.
Okay, were they humanoid in shape, or were they did they look like upright, standing on their back feet, alligators, or can you describe?
They were more humanoid in shape. They had a longer torso than you would expect to see on a humanoid. There's a little different proportion, but I'd say, generally speaking, yes, they're a lot more humanoid shaped than they would be alligator or Komodo dragon.
Okay. Did they have wings?
The ones that I saw did not.
Okay. And when you say the ones you saw, so you're kind of and you were sent images. In other words, you didn't encounter Draco in your travels yourself, but you thought they were behind the scenes. And how did you become convinced of that?
It was through the duration of my career. At first, I didn't have access to a lot of intel. As I gained rank and changed jobs and went into from company command to a battalion staff, and then on up through division staff. Through the staff positions, you had more access to more intel, and it's not like they left pieces of paper laying around that, hey, the guy's really pulling the strings, or the Draco. But through a combination of putting different pieces together, as well as the information that was shared to me by a fellow soldier, that's how I was able to piece together the full extent. And the other thing is that the Mars German that shared the information with me, and they were told and are told a lot more about their history than, of course, we are.
Okay, but you didn't see, in other words, you never saw as kind of a, I don't know if you want to call it an enlisted man, you never saw the top echelons interacting, these Mars Germans with reptilians, or Dracos, actually.
Not directly, no.
Okay. So they didn't accompany you or contribute. What about reptilians? You know the Draco and reptilians are different?
Sure.
Okay, so did you see any reptilians?
Nope. The only other aliens that we encountered were during training, and there were some grays. In addition to non-Earth humans, which are technically alien as well. There were the invading forces that we encountered that were all hybrids.
Hybrid what?
Hybrid biological and machine mixture.
Okay, but what is the biological? Are you saying humanoid and machine? Or are you saying, spider being and machine? Are you saying insectoid and machine? What do you mean by hybrid? Hybrid what?
One of the hybrids was appeared to be a mixture between some canine-like race. They appeared, for all intents and purposes, to be like a werewolf hybrid mixture with a machine. They had mechanical joints and they had certain.
Okay, is that a race that was fighting these battles with you? Were they part of the invading force that you were part of, or were these the ones that lived on these various planets that you went and invaded?
This particular hybrid was one of the invading enemy that came into one of the planets.
Okay, so what other kind of beings did you encounter?
The beings that we encountered on the planets that we visited were humanoid for the first two, and then on the third planet there were humanoids, cyclopean, single-eyed, humanoid-like beings, as well as insectoid.
Okay, and last question for you, and then we'll go back over to Tony. Are you familiar with the Anunnaki, and are you familiar with the term and what Anunnaki look like?
I'm familiar with the term, and the information I've seen doesn't all agree on what they look like. So I've seen several variations of what they're supposed to be, but the information that I've got has been from one source or another conventionally, not through my service in IDAR.
Okay, and so that's very interesting. Now I'm going to look at the time because we did agree to keep track. So I think we've been going about an hour. And we do have, I know you've got limited time, so I want to keep, be aware of that. And I've got a chat room going kind of fast and furious over here. So we can also allow for questions pretty soon from them. But just to go back to Tony, so in terms of your service and your experience, why did you come forward?
Well, again, I had worked with Dr. Sala in the beginning and a few others.
Well, why did you come forward to Dr. Sala?
Well, I was looking for therapy. I was looking for somebody else to speak to that knew about the subject greatly.
Okay.
And Dr. Sala said that because of my experience with the Germans, that it came out that the timing was right, and he asked me to do some interviews. And so I had flown and met him in 2016 at the Mount Shasta conference, and I taped those first interviews with him then. So really I was looking for therapy. I was looking for somebody else to talk to try to get my head around everything, and he asked me to do some interviews, and I obliged.
Okay, but that doesn't quite answer what I meant by that. I understand you're looking for therapy, but that doesn't automatically mean you want to be a public person. So what I'm kind of wondering, was there a decision that you made somewhere in sort of this process you were going through where you decided, maybe you watched other whistleblowers? I think, didn't you say you saw Randy Cramer? Did you decide that you wanted to be a whistleblower? Were you familiar with Project Camelot? Had you seen other super soldier or soldier types, who worked on other planets, etc.? Had you seen any of those interviews? I mean, what kind of prompted you to be even willing to do an interview and fly to see Sala?
Well, it was on the way of moving, but the other thing was that I didn't want to take it with me to the grave. I didn't want to have 20 years of knowledge of things that have been going on that have been dubious, that have been a secret from everybody what's really going on. I didn't want to take all that knowledge with me to the grave. I didn't know, I wanted to do those interviews and let it be a part of public record. I mean, people should know that little kids are being taken, and this is what becomes of them. Things that I've gone through, things that others have gone through. The military is doing this. That's where all the money's gone. And, somebody needs to speak up. So I kind of slipped through the cracks of the whole system and was able to remember. Not everybody remembers, or not everybody can remember as much. So I just wanted to put it in the historical record, and I had the opportunity, so I did. I'm not trying to do this. Every interview I've done, I've been asked to do. I haven't sought out interviews.
Okay. Well, so in terms of coming forward as a public person, you decided that you wanted to sort of set the record straight in a public way to let people know what was happening to you and likely to others. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And there were things that happened. I've done a lot of interviews that covered a lot of subject matter. But there are things that the Ceres colony did that were illegal among the colonies. And there were things that they were done. It was my taking of it is that it's wrong what they did to me. And they beat me over the head with it constantly. It doesn't matter, you're not going to remember it anyway. There were times when I had surgery done with no anesthesia, no anesthetic, and I was in pain, and the only thing they told me was that you're not going to remember it anyway, so it doesn't matter. So I am a witness that I didn't remember it. I did remember what happened to me. I wasn't supposed to, and I did, and I've made that public record.
Okay, now in terms of your family, do you think that your family, your kids are being targeted?
I'd rather not comment.
By the program? Okay. Fair enough. So in terms of, you said Ceres was doing something illegal. What illegal thing were they doing, for example?
We routinely stole cargo from other colonies within the solar system. And there were combat actions that happened. There's a law that says between the solar system, in our solar system, that all the colonies are not allowed to attack each other. That there's some sort of treaty about that, and that wasn't the case. There were times when we would steal, and there's a lot. I wasn't really prepared to think through every infraction, but there was a lot that they did wrong. There was bootleg things from Earth. That's one of the hardest things that researchers have had with my testimony is that we used to listen to Earth music. That we used to do cargo runs to Diego Garcia's where we picked up military hardware or any kind of military cargo. We went to Diego Garcia in the middle of the night, and only a handful of personnel knew we were there, and we would take cargo on. And one of the officers gave a music player to a girl in communications, and she was able to play music. And nobody believes us because that's a huge no-no to take anything from Earth. But there were guys in the main cargo bay that were getting books and movies from Earth.
What's wrong? I don't understand what's wrong with that.
There's a law against it. There are, the media from Earth has, I guess, mind control signals in it, and as a result, we were only able to listen to one song at a time. Like at the end of the day, on the way back to the base, we would listen to one song. And that only went on for a short time. They started fighting over what kind of music to play, so the captain nixed it. But it did happen, and it's been the hardest thing for the real hardcore researchers to believe from my testimony, because it's so illegal. It's an illegal thing to do out there to take any kind of Earth media.
Okay, well, I think that's interesting that you think that. Now, so you dealt with Ceres, and you dealt with. Did you deal with the moon at all?
I was on the moon and during the initial training, and then on the return, they put me back at that base when I went through the return process.
Okay.
They gave me several procedures.
Can you describe the moon to me?
Well, the base was just like it looked like a government building on the inside. There were long corridors. They were pretty wide that had offices, and there were tall white gray beings there with military soldiers that ran most of it, and there were reptilians there. The short reptilians were there, and it was like they took me to an area on the return that was like a doctor's office, like you would see on Earth. And I went from room to room, getting procedures done that helped me forget it all.
Okay, were you on the surface of the moon or underneath?
There was only one time when I was in an office that had a window view of the moon. It was a corner area, and it was another bout of trauma mind conditioning. But you could look out, and the sun wasn't up. They said that the sun did come up at certain times, but it wasn't up, and it wasn't due up. It was dark out, but I could see the surface of the moon. I could see silhouettes of the moon.
Okay, did you see cities on the moon?
No.
Okay, and what was it breathable air?
Not that I'm aware of, no. They told me that it wasn't breathable at the time, that I couldn't go out.
Okay. So in terms of your time in the military, like on this off-planet stuff, your skill set was as a ship repair person on the one hand, and on the other hand you were sort of a slave soldier that was used as bait for
on Mars. That was a different program, and I was basically leased or sold from program to program. The Mars Colony program was a support soldier,
right,
and that was canceled. It failed in its mission, so they canceled it, and we sat there for about 6 weeks doing nothing. And then I was taken to a city on Mars and retrained into ship repair, and then taken to Ceres Colony, where I was assigned to a ship and worked on for years after that. And then after that, that ship was antiquated and broke down and was decommissioned, and I was retrained, and I became a cargo engineer on a newer ship, and I did cargo.
Okay. So did you ever see any other planets in the solar system?
Yeah, I saw Jupiter. We were in orbit around Jupiter. I saw the surface of Ceres. We'd fly back over that. We flew to the Earth quite a bit. We flew out to the Kuiper Belt. The Ceres Colony Corporation owned a body in the Kuiper Belt where they used for storage. Space was at a premium for them to stock up things. And so there was like a warehouse facility somewhere in the Kuiper Belt. It was a body out there, which I understand a lot of it was off limits to us. And there were bodies in the solar system that were off limits to us.
Okay, so did you have direct interaction with reptilians?
On a few occasions. I had the shorter ones during my return. I had communication with one. I met a reptilian once. I just stood in line behind one, and it was a tanned, like an orangish tan, taller reptilian. It had a suit on. It had a job to do. It was like a worker, and I remember I was under orders to not communicate with any ETs in public that I would see on Ceres.
Okay, were there women there?
Yes.
Okay, do you remember forming friendships?
Yeah, I had a girlfriend there. I had 2 girlfriends there during that time. Most of the guys that were in the area where I slept was kind of laid out like a prison, was other slaves. And most of those guys were local, they did construction or mining on Ceres. So I was on a ship, and they didn't really like me. I didn't have a lot of friendships in my area that I slept. So at the very end, I was allowed, I was given a bit of money, and I was able to travel throughout the colony, and I formed friendships.
Okay, when you say you were on Ceres, but you were on a ship, what do you mean exactly? Do you mean that it's a UFO? Again, what kind of shape of a ship this was?
It was I only saw that it was more like a rounded on the back, like a beetle, and it was a triangle in the front, and it looked like it was covered. It was black, and it was like stealthy looking. It was a cargo ship. I saw the front of it from the top, looking down on one occasion, and I saw the bottom of it often, but I never saw the entire ship. It was about 1,000 feet long by about 600 feet wide. They had 5 main decks, and there were 2 extra decks in between, and there was a storage deck under the main cargo bay.
Okay, so were you based in the ship on Ceres?
We were based inside Ceres. Everything in Ceres is an underground. There are underground caverns that have cities, or cities that are just built in then been tunneled out, and they built buildings, and they're all connected by train.
Okay. So, in terms of the secret space program, you said you've done 40 interviews. That's a lot. And that was since you came out in public. Was the first time you came out in public in 2016?
Yes.
So, okay, 40 interviews. And have you met other people that have corroborated, at least to your satisfaction, similar type experiences?
Oh yes, I've had hundreds of people contact me with vague memories. You know, kind of how I had before I remembered everything. Before that major event of remembering, triggered either by knowing it or by the MRI. I don't know, but kind of the state of mind that I was in before that. I've had hundreds of people. I can look on my face. I bet I had somebody today contact me. I get 2 or 3 a day now. People that all have. There's always something. And people tend to have common denominators. I hate to try to lead people into believing something that they don't remember, but there are usually common denominators. There are leftovers from a abduction event.
Okay, so in terms of your ET interaction, were you interacting with ETs as a young boy?
No, it was just from that event. I was taken. ET showed up at my house. I was taken. I did the 20 years, and I was put back, and that was it.
And that ET was a gray?
Yes.
Okay, and where were you living when this happened?
In southern Michigan. We had an old farmhouse. We had 13 acres.
Oh no, Kid Rock's an alien.
Out in the country, and it was in southern Michigan.
Okay, were you ever in the military?
No.
Okay, was your family in the military?
My dad was in the Navy.
Okay. A career officer of any kind, or just a person who did a Navy stint when he was in...
Right. He just did his 4 years after high school, and that was his naval career.
Okay. What about...
Coincidentally, he did ship repair. He was a repairman.
Oh, really? Okay. What about, like going back in your family's history? Do you have a military history in your family or not?
Not greatly, no.
Okay. All right. So let's see. I'm not sure where to go now. Maybe the two of you, we could give you a chance to each sort of talk about something you would like to talk about, you'd like to bring forward, you felt maybe in other interviews you haven't really been able to touch on, or something that you have touched on that you think is important to touch on here. It's, it's all about what the audience will hear. So, what is there anything, since we're talking to you at the moment, Tony, we'll just let you go ahead. Is just for, 5 or 10 minutes or whatever you'd like to cover if you think we haven't dealt with it.
Sure. Well, Carrie, first thing, I'm reading the chat here and it looks like we're not online.
You're kidding. Apologies to my audience. Don't know what happened. This thing was recording, looking like it was recording. It's a mystery as to what happened. So I'm going to stop the broadcast, and we're going to have to invite you guys back. Maybe you can come back.
Okay, so there we have it. That was the Carrie Cassidy with Jason Rice and Tony Rodriguez. And I would like all of you little maniacs to meet 2 more super soldiers before we call it a day. Are you ready? Because there's no way that we have enough time, I'm just going to say some names, right, that you all can YouTube. Media Control and Mockingbird Today, Richard Dolan. Randy Cramer. Oh, let's see. Dr. Michael Salla, Salla. Andrew D. Basiago, Basiago. Andrew D. Basiago. Dr. John Brandenburg. William Brett Stillings. Solar Warden. Robert Morningstar. Okay. Michael Prince and Max Spiers. George Van Tassel. W. Glenn Davis. Let's see. Oh, man, there's just so many of them. Preston Nichols. Al Bielek, Bielek. And we're gonna leave it with you all. Well, we're gonna listen to Max Spiers and Michael Prince and Max Spiers, Super Soldiers. Another Carrie Cassidy interview from Project Camelot.
Soldier Summit, and we are going to interview briefly Max Spiers and Michael Prince, also known as James Casbolt, for those of you who are keeping tabs. Okay, so at this moment, we're going to just kind of do a free-floating conversation, see where it goes, basically talk to you about your experiences. So at the moment, Michael, let's start with you. You're here in the U.S. Can you talk a little bit about how you came to be here and your military sort of experience?
Well, I've been in the U.S. for about 2 years now, and I originally moved over here because my wife.
They fix this in a moment, guys. I know the sound is not great, but bear with us.
It's a kind of long story. She comes from one of these Illuminati families, my wife, and we've been involved in programs together when we were younger. So essentially we've been paired up, as often happens in this case. So
okay, I don't have special mics here, so you're going to need to speak up.
Oh, okay, yeah. So we've essentially been paired up, and we originally met in France about 3 years ago, and then she lived in England with me for a while, and then we came over here and got married. I was involved with the British Army before I left for America, and then when I came here, I was enlisted into the US Army for just under a year.
Okay, but I'm going to move this a little closer just to make sure the audio comes out good. Can you tell me, why did you end up in the U.S. Army? Like, how did that come about?
I was essentially a double agent in the U.S. Army. I was involved in operations for the Fourth Reich to forward that agenda.
And so you're here on camera talking to me, right? So how do they feel about you coming forward with something like that?
Well, it depends who they is. There's two factions that have been at war with each other. Two, let's call them Illuminati factions. There's the Fourth Reich faction in America and also in England. And then there's the kind of Zionist faction. But the Fourth Reich is more based in America on the West Coast, and the Zionist faction is based on the East Coast.
Okay, but at this moment, if you entered the military, the U.S. military, to do a mission for the Fourth Reich, in other words, it wasn't top secret?
Yeah, it was top secret.
It was, yeah. But you're talking to me about it right now, yeah. So is that okay?
Well, I've got to go ahead to talk about certain things.
You do?
Yes.
Okay, why would they want you to talk about this?
They just want to make people aware of certain things that are going on.
Do they?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's very interesting. You know, you've sent me volumes of material, right? And I posted it, Project IBIS and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And so you've been involved in all kinds of things for quite some time, right?
Well, since I was a child, it goes back to Canada. I was actually raised in a NSA facility for the first 4 years of my life. officially on paper I was born in 1976. So from 1976 to 1979, I was raised at a facility called the Q552. It's in the Rocky Mountains in British Columbia, Canada. And I'm underneath a small town called Nelson. I mean, I've spoken about this before.
Okay, but so if you're here doing an operation for the Fourth Reich, and they want to, in a sense, they want to publicize it because you actually came to a super soldier conference, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So you must have come with some kind of intention to put yourself out there. And are you speaking here?
No.
You're not? Okay, so you didn't have carte blanche to do that, right?
No, I didn't.
Okay, hold on, we've got somebody at the door.
At this point, James Rink shows up and offers to
We're
help.
just going to do sort of a roundtable sort of conversation here at the Super Soldier Summit and discuss some sort of areas of mutual concern, let's say. But we're going to start off with Mr. Prince and get some sort of recent background on him. In general, you did join the Army. You are here under the auspices of helping out the Fourth Reich, in essence.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, and
That's the honest answer.
and they allowed you to come, so they want to get a message out in some way.
That's
What would
correct.
that message be?
Well, I have to be careful as to what I say exactly. And I don't have handlers per se. We work together. It's my decision whether I speak or not now. And if I do, I have to accept the consequences. So I'm prepared to answer your questions. But there's other factions, because like, as we mentioned, there's been the two factions warring against each other. You know, there's been the whole Zionist faction warring against the Fourth Reich. And I mean, before I came here, I had a visit from the FBI, which would be more, that probably it was people connected to General Petraeus and other people, and they were asking the FBI. I was at a residence in Grand Rapids in Michigan, and two FBI agents turned up at the door, and they were basically asking me to tone it down a little bit because I need to do certain things with the government next year. And like I said, I've just come out of the Army. I was in the Army for a year.
But, I mean, okay, so Petraeus is obviously, what you're trying to tell us is he's working with the Fourth Reich side.
He's more aligned with the other side. And that's why they sent the FBI to want information.
Okay, so he's aligned with the Zion.
More so. More so.
Okay. All right, that's interesting. And so, but here, you're here in the sense, because in a sense, if you're in the Army, you got out of the Army because you completed the mission, is that correct?
I was involved in several missions with the US Army.
But in other words, you're here under the auspices of speaking kind of as a person who is working for the Fourth Reich.
That's correct.
Okay. And the Zionist faction is telling you to tone it down.
Yeah, because there's been a recent peace treaty between the two factions. As I said, the Fourth Reich is based more on the West Coast in America. The other faction's based more on the East Coast. I've been spending time on both sides of the country. And there's been a recent peace treaty between the two.
What have they made peace for?
They just feel like the agenda, the New World Order agenda, can be accelerated more quickly if they're working together. And that's the whole, if you know, you probably, what is that agenda? It's the usual things that people talk about, like depopulation, things like that.
Okay. So you're saying that they've made a peace between themselves. My understanding is that the Bush cabal is definitely the ones running the Fourth Reich.
They're heavily involved. I mean, that's why I've been involved with that faction for years. I don't want to speak for Max too much, but I think that's well, I know that's the reason why we both ended up in Texas.
Okay, so Max, you ended up in Texas as well?
Yep, I'm in Dallas, and Michael's in San Antonio. And the connections between him and I run back from, we were born within 6 days of each other at the end of 76. And it seems like throughout the last 36 years we keep ending up in spots around the world at the same time, exactly the same time. And I think, especially the Bush's, father George Bush's connection to the IBIS project ties in with the Fourth Reich and the Nazi element that's going on now. And there's like kind of a closure, or there's kind of like finality coming to it. It's kind of, everything is coming to a point, and that's why we're both in Texas now.
Meaning you and Michael.
Yeah, I'm in San Antonio, sort of South Texas. I was based at Fort Sam with the Army, that's why I'm in Texas.
Okay, but in terms of what's coming down, so what is it you think is coming down in the next year?
Well, I don't like to make predictions and say what might happen. But
not a prediction so much as an informed, an informed estimate of, you said you were here because you need to work for them. You need to sort of toe the line because you're going to be working for them for the next year. Do you have any idea what working for them for the next year entails, for example?
I'm kind of not. I signed a 6-year contract with the US Army, and I served a year with them, or just under a year. And then I was released because I'm supposed to apply for another position in that area. But I'm not really at liberty to discuss what my next position will be at this present time.
Okay. Are you working as a soldier?
Essentially, I'm working as an assassin. Before I enlisted into the Army, I was on a military program called the Future Soldier Program, and that's through a recruitment station in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And I was contacted by a government agent from a corporation called Keypoint. And they also used to be known as Kroll. That's spelled Kroll.
Right.
And if people do the research, they're basically known as an assassination squad.
Who might you be assassinating?
This agent contacted my wife from Denver and said, I'd like to meet Mr. Casbolt at the local police station in Grand Rapids. And my Army recruiter was a sergeant first class. He spoke to the agent and said, Mr. Casbolt, I'm speaking for Mr. Casbolt because I'm his recruiter. He's not prepared to meet you at the police station. You need to come to the recruitment station to talk to him. So I met him at the recruitment station, and he said that he was here to do my security clearances before I enlisted for the Army. And during the time where we were running the security checks and I was answering his questions, providing his details, he triggered me into Alta, and I travelled to the local police station with him. And I was given a police uniform there and put on a private jet from the airport. I ended up in New York. And this was in 2012, the beginning, around February of 2012. And I ended up carrying out an assassination at an apartment on the Upper West Side of New York. And there was one in London too. And at this time, people can check it out, certain high-ranking members of the Rothschild family turned up dead.
Okay, but in a certain sense, it almost seems like it's counterintuitive if you were born in Britain and you were initially under, it would seem, the Rothschilds' kind of control. So how is it you got traded over to the U.S., other than the fact that you're connected with a woman here?
She comes from the Rothschild family, and when the FBI came to my house, it was actually my wife's mother's house recently, they wanted to know all about Canada, the program as children in Canada, and who else I knew as an adult from that program. And they were aware that I was adopted, and they wanted to know who my biological family was. And I said, I come from the Rothschild family. So this is an internal war between the Rothschilds. It's a huge family. And it's crossing from England to America and back.
Okay. Max, how do you fit in this scenario? Since you're in Texas too, do you feel that you have a mission to do? To complete?
In that particular one, what you were saying. Okay, so the U.S. and the U.K. Are essentially under the same. It's the same cabal. So there's no separation. So when you were saying how could you be there and also be over here? It's
okay. Well,
controlled by the same.
Okay, my understanding though, is that they've also been at war. That there's been some operations done here in the U.S. that are, let's say, well, they're carried out by the Mossad, and they are actually run under the Rothschilds. In other words, the Mossad is operating as a tool of the Rothschilds, and they are here on U.S. soil, appearing to be, to some degree, taunts, even having to do with the banking sector, etc. Over the Bush cabal. In other words, that there is still some kind of internal control issue surrounding who's going to run the New World Order, for example.
I completely agree with you. I just think it's more of an internal family struggle rather than a geographical place.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah. So in terms of, so I think that they're playing out end times scenario, end times stuff now, which is, and for some reason they're following biblical stuff, and I think that there's some connection to the Bushes and the Four Horsemen, symbolically the Four Horsemen, and they are drawing back to them all the people who have the DNA from that particular family. The Bauer Bush is the same family; it's a German family, and they used Father George Bush's DNA in a lot of the children who are connected with this particular project, and I think they're all being drawn back to particular specific places for energetic reasons and symbolic ritual reasons. So, yeah.
Okay, but what about you?
Okay, so I'm connected to that, and I'm connected to the Bushes. My middle names are Walker and Herbert, unfortunately. So there's a direct connection in that. Actually, the name Herbert was changed. Carabert is a French Merovingian family, so it goes back to Caesar. Anyway, that stream. So I'm connected to it. I have only over the last probably 9 months allowed myself to or stabilize myself in a way where I can recall a lot of the things that have happened because I purposely blocked them out. So I don't know in the same way that Michael does what exactly I'm doing. I just know what's happening. I know they're doing tests on me at the moment. They've been doing at night. I've been having. I think that they're shocked that I've been able to recoup and balance myself in such a quick amount of time. And so they're doing like physical tests. Like I said yesterday when I was speaking, there's a lot of transhuman stuff that's going on, and I think that it's connected to the 42 children that were in IBIS, and I think that they are testing out as the core, those 42 as the core new breed for the New World Order.
Okay, Michael, how do you feel about that?
Well, like I say, Max and I have been ending up in the same places all around the world. Max was in Canada too when he was a youngster, and we ended up in. We both lived in Brighton together. Isn't that where you were born officially on paper? It's a place in England. It's a seaside town. It's like the kind of sex capital of England there, and we were involved in rituals together. The whole pedophilia thing, because that's the core of the conditioning. And in Brighton, there's a lot of MI6 safe houses there. And I remember Max from one particular safe house, and Dr. Mengele was there in Brighton. This was supposed to be.
Mengele, isn't he dead? I mean,
he's not dead. He's still alive.
He's actually in New York. I think he's in New York.
He lived in Florida. He travels all around America, but he's still alive. He He was under the name of Stephen Rabel, R-A-B-E-L.
Really?
Yeah.
You think he looks like a really old guy?
No, he looks like he's a guy in about his. He looks like a guy in his 50s, but he's put on a lot of weight. He's very chubby now.
Interesting. Okay. So, well, let me ask you guys, because in a certain sense, do you rebel against the fact that you might be part of something that's not necessarily in the best interests of humanity?
Okay, so I'd have to be saying that I didn't think that transhumanism or like the alteration of humanity is in the best interest of it. In terms of survival dynamics and what's happening now, I think that we're going through a shift and a changeover. I think there has to be some form of big change in the direction that everything's going, because it's fallen way, way off. I mean, it's fallen to an extremely low vibration, so something has to change. I think that I made a deal that I would do certain things a long time ago. I think I'm fulfilling those things. I'm not doing anything that I feel is morally wrong, but then again, like consciously, I'm not. The double agent and the separation thing that's going on, the alters, don't allow me to remember exactly what's happening. So I don't have the guilt connected to it. Thinking if I did, and if I knew, that I probably wouldn't do it.
Okay. So you don't remember being an assassin, for example?
I remember definitely having to do things that were connected with that when I was younger in terms of training, yes.
Okay, when you were younger, but not recently?
Do I remember doing it recently? No.
Okay. And Michael, you obviously do remember things recently, right?
I mean, things come back to me. I'm like on a kind of time delay with my memories. Things come back to me weeks later or months later, so I don't put the operations in jeopardy when they're presently happening. But I mean, scopolamine is used so much on us all, and the CIA drug. But I've been given so much of it over the years, I've become very resistant to it. And that's kind of their main chemical weapon in the mind control, because you're very compliant and you don't remember much afterwards. But you're still fully conscious and relaxed when you're on it, so it can help with the, to relax you if you're carrying out a hit.
But within the situation, do you think that you're doing a good thing?
I think it's a question of semantics, whereas what is bad for one person is good for another person.
Well, absolutely, if you're in a power struggle. But what I'm asking you is in terms of humanity and the best interests of humanity. Now, that's a big concept, I granted. But many people would say that the New World Order is definitely not in the best interests of humanity.
Well, I think the honest answer is I support depopulation. I think there's too many people on the planet. I definitely, that's the honest answer there. And I think it's a question of survival. People are saying there seems to be in the truth movement, or the so-called truth movement, that transhumanism, AI, issues like that, the whole singularity movement, like Ray Kurzweil and Dr. Aubrey de Grey talk about, as evil. But I don't see the upgrading of the human condition and life extension. We're possibly talking about, at some point, human beings living for millions of years in one body. I don't necessarily think that is a bad thing. I think that's a good thing. I think it's a healthy thing. But not everyone can have it. So
do you think that's okay?
I don't, I'm not one for equal opportunity, equality, and indiscriminate love. I don't think everybody deserves love. I don't think everybody's equal.
Okay.
For me, I think we're just animals and it's survival of the fittest.
Really?
That's my experience.
Okay, and so what about, certainly let's say the United States. Let's just take the United States as an entity. Do you you've obviously witnessed, and certainly if you come from Britain, you've witnessed the surveillance society. You think that's a good thing?
Yeah, I think as we go into the future, we're going to see more controls, and I think that's going to be necessary for this new transhuman society.
Why?
Because I think a lot of people are going to deny and fight against it, because I think people have a death urge. People want to die, and I don't want to die. I want to live for as long as I can. I don't want to bank on some idea of God or heaven when I die. I want to stay alive as long as I can in this body. I want to survive.
Okay, so you want to survive at whatever the cost, but you're also working for an organization that is elitist in nature. In other words, they think us versus them being the sheeple or whatever, and that they have the right to determine who lives in the future and who doesn't, and they also have the right to control those people. So you believe in a top-down society?
Yeah, I do. I believe in survival of the fittest, and yeah, definitely a top-down society.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was this something that you learned when you were a child? Did you have parents that brought this down to you, or was this in this sort of like NSA? You said you were brought up in the NSA.
I mean,
That's sort of interesting because you're British. So how would you be brought up in the NSA?
Because I spent the first 4 years of my life. Well, like I say, officially I was born in 1976, but unofficially that's not the correct story, but I'm not going to get into that because it's a whole complicated issue.
Okay.
I spent as a baby, as an infant, from 1976 to 1979, I grew up in that facility in Canada, which was run by the NSA. It was known as the Q552 in Nelson. So that was an NSA facility. On paper it was an NSA facility, but it was run by the Nazis.
Okay.
So we were taught these things, but it came naturally to me. It's a natural way of thinking to me.
Okay.
Maybe not me natural to other people, but.
Right. What about you, Max?
Do I believe in terms of hierarchy? I think that there'll be a new system of hierarchy. I think it's probably if you're taking it to an animal level. Right now, the vibration of this planet is on an animal level. It didn't used to be, but it is now. While it is on that level, it's working through a hierarchical structure. So it is like the strong survive. In perfection, it wouldn't be that way. But as it is now, you kind of follow that kind of structure. So do I believe in it? I believe whatever. For now, I believe whatever is the way for survival, because there is going to be a culling of everything, and I will look out for the ones that I love.
Okay, and so let me ask you this: you feel you're part of the Bush bloodline? Is that correct?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Okay, and are you both? Would you say you both have, let's say, Nazi past history? Do you believe in the Nazi philosophy?
I have connections to it for definite, and I have memories being indoctrinated by them quite a lot. There's a lot I don't. There's a lot I disagree with. There's a lot I disagree with that. So there's an internal struggle for me because I have a split, and there's two sides. And for me, it's been trying to balance the internal struggle. There's half of me which is that way. I'm not completely of that bloodline. I'm of two bloodlines which are going on. So the struggle inside of me is between the war that's going on between the two bloodlines.
Okay, what's the other bloodline besides?
Well, I'm connected to the Rothschild bloodline too, and the Bush bloodline.
Okay, so both of them are Nazis.
Well, they're different. The Rothschilds are not. I mean, not all Nazis. No.
Okay, but there's a very strong contingent which is, and which
Baron Guy de Rothschild wasn't. Victor Rothschild had changed his allegiance at the beginning of the 1900s. He wasn't. These are very powerful men. There's a spiritual aspect to it as well. And
Absolutely. So they're Satanists, right?
who?
The Rothschilds.
Well, with the
In its entirety, I think there's probably some that definitely are, and some that aren't. Go ahead.
Well, in the Rothschild element, there's a big communist faction. Like Victor Rothschild was a big communist, and the ideas of communism and National Socialism have always been at war with each other. Like in the Russian Revolution, which were the Bolsheviks, were communist Jews, and there was a Holocaust there against white people in Russia back in the beginning of the 1900s. So you've got there Bolshevik Jews exterminating white Aryans. So that the ideas that was communism. You know, like I said, there's a big communist element within the Rothschild family. There's also a National Socialist Nazi element with it. So then in turn you had World War II, where the Nazis, the National Socialists, turned around and started to exterminate the Jewish communists. So the war has been going back and forth between the two factions since back then. But now there's this kind of shaky peace treaty that's currently operating, which has only been come into effect in the last year or so.
Well, let's say they have a common sort of end game in mind, right?
That's correct.
So it's based on seeing that come to pass, no doubt. How do the Chinese fit in this?
Well, the IBIS program, they're all boys, 42 boys, and there was a lot of travel over to Japan and China in that, and it was they were training with some of the secret societies over there, and that sounds corny, but they trained with the the Yakuza, and there was training with the ninjas over there. And
but what I actually meant by that was it's more about who runs the New World Order.
Right. Okay.
You know, in other words, do you have an understanding? Have they given you an understanding? Either one of you.
In terms of the Chinese are looked down. It goes back to an ET war anyway, off-planet war, and this is connected to reptilian species. And the Chinese are looked as a lesser in the hierarchy, less royal than reptilian species. So they, the Japanese attack when that happened was calculated and was always pre-planned to wipe them out. That royal family is planned to be wiped out. They were given power for a certain amount of time, and I think they're choosing to wipe them out.
Okay, that's the Japanese, not the Chinese.
Same. I mean, obviously they're separate, but it's the same in their eyes. They're
both lower, the Chinese and Japanese, in the hierarchy, and they're both subservient to the Illuminati, the Rothschilds.
And from your points of view, then you basically feel that the reptilians are running the show.
Well, the two factions and the war that's been going on, they're both reptilian factions. The Jewish Rothschild, well, they're both Rothschild, they're all Rothschilds really, but the Zionist kind of Jewish element on the east coast of America, that is the elite there are shapeshifters between humans that turn into lizard men. Some of the Rothschilds, when they shapeshift, getting into kind of really deep territory now, but they look like small T-Rex men, actually have a tail, as bizarre as it sounds. But on the other side, the Fourth Reich they're a different life form. They've evolved down they're still reptilian, but they've evolved down a different path. They're basically cyborg reptilians. They're a type of cyborg reptilian with cloned human flesh growing over the top. So they don't shapeshift. So yeah, they're two reptilians factions.
And so, do you both feel that you have substantial amount of reptilian blood DNA?
Definitely, yeah.
Okay. And you relate to that in other words, just because you're reptilian doesn't mean that you have to have power over it, does it?
So power over.
Yeah, in other words, the whole game here on Earth and the whole idea of a new world order controlling others is power over others.
Uh-huh.
So what I'm asking is, as reptilians or being related to that bloodline, you both sort of acknowledge that you are sort of in support of the new world order, you're in support of controlling, the surveillance society, what's basically being rolled out. And if we have a low vibration, it's because of that, by the way. So that should be thrown out here. But I don't actually agree with you that the Earth has a lower vibration. Actually, I think it's the reverse. But for some reason, you've been convinced.
I remember when it fell. I remember it fell about 13,000 years ago. There was a falling that happened. And it shifted from being, the frequency was higher. It sounded higher.
Okay, well, you're talking about the fall of Atlantis.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah.
Sure, if you talk from then, okay.
And that's when it fell into a more hierarchical structure.
I thought you were talking more recently.
No.
But at this moment, so what I'm saying is basically coming from a reptilian faction or clan or whatever you want to call it, bloodline, to a scenario. You're both sympathetic. You're both super soldiers being used by that group, right? And you feel, I guess, maybe even that you're related through DNA, family connections, etc. So philosophically, though, you also believe in power over others.
Well,
for the purposes of whatever you want to carry out, ruling a country, moving off planet, terraforming other planets, it's a philosophy.
Well, the strong rule the weak. That's the bottom line.
That's what I'm asking.
And it's the strong rule the weak. I don't have a problem with aspects of black magic and Satanism. I don't have any problem at all with it. And that might piss some people off, but you want me to sit here and be as honest as I can. Sure. So that's the honest answer.
Well, that's the purpose. Is for people to understand what it is you're part of, what it is you're doing as super soldiers. There's no doubt whatsoever that the super soldiers are in service to an agenda. Okay, some of them may rebel against it. Some of them are not necessarily happy that they've ended up being, basically in that position in this life. But they participate, whether they do so willingly, like you say, for example, Max, you don't have memories, or even you're saying the same thing.
I'm memory suppressed too.
Yeah. So what it does is basically, whereas here, if you were to remember, if you were to kill somebody or something, right, some animal, let's say, or even a human, or torture them at this point, if you were to remember, in theory, if you're truly human, you would have remorse, right? You would regret it. You would have feelings about it, right?
I am human. Everybody here is having the human experience. It's just some people have different fractions of DNA. So I don't just have reptilian DNA. I have a mixture of a few different others. The higher amount of reptilian DNA would decide on that. Everybody has a core amount, and the higher of that, usually it stems from the reptilian brain, and the traits that come from that are defined in terms of the philosophy of what's going on with that.
But what I meant is that it's, let's say, you say they need to use this drug. What do they call it?
Scopolamine. Oh yeah, it could be pronounced scopolamine.
And so that's part of the process. In other words, they have to persuade you on some level, in spite of the fact that on a certain level you're philosophically aligned with them. So in theory, they shouldn't need a drug. They shouldn't need to wipe a memory, but obviously they do so.
Yeah, but
now,
I mean,
secrecy is one part of it, but the other part is compliance, right?
Yeah, but they use that drug because I volunteered for a lot of things, and if I don't remember everybody's name, the locations, the dates, it protects us all. Okay. Because, or else I might do something, do an operation, do an assassination, and the week later, someone might piss me off in the group. Then all of a sudden I get a phone call from Kerry Cassidy, and I just spill my guts over the phone to you and start mentioning names, places, so it kind of protects us all.
So at the moment, even the fact that you're here, that you're coming forward, I mean, in a certain sense, Max is kind of a little more off the hook, right? Because your memory, even as like who you are, what you're part of, is much less.
It's less. In 2008, I had when I turned 30, I had all bleed through for weeks at a time. I had bleed through of many memories, and I was always I think generally people who are led to these subjects and keep pushing towards these subjects have some connection to it, and I'd always been wanting to look up about this stuff. And when it came 2008, when this came back, I realized and became more sure of what was going on in terms of me. But it's very difficult because I don't know enough detail. But I chose, there's a contract, there's a soul contract, and I've chosen to do this. I've chosen to be part of this and do this.
Right.
So, I have less memories than James. Yes. Yeah. Myself.
Okay. But you have knowledge. In other words, James has talked a lot about Marduk, for example. Do you have knowledge of Marduk and those kinds of ceremonies and things?
Yeah. Yes. I have quite a bit of knowledge about the Anunnaki and my connections to that.
How would you define the Anunnaki?
They're a species from Aldebaran, and they directly came here. I mean, a lot of the royal families, a lot of the European royal families have connections to that and them. But there are two factions of that. There's a rebellion part of the faction of the Anunnaki as well. So it's hard to define exactly what's going on because there's so much infighting. But it stems back to two brothers actually from the beginning.
Okay, yes. So that's based on the Sitchin and the Sumerian tablets and the idea of honor.
From the Sumerian tablets, yeah.
Because the Illuminati, one man controls the Illuminati. The eye at the top of the pyramid is one man, so everyone else takes orders. It goes down.
That's the Black Pope.
I mean, if you want to go back in history, talking about the Anunnaki again and Sitchin, they believe this person, whoever he is walking the earth, is Lucifer, who's also Enki. It's the same person, Lucifer and Enki. But he goes by a lot of different names. You might find him in different cities around the world currently.
Could it possibly be Saint Germain?
I don't know. Like I say, he's known by a lot of names, and that's the leader. He's still alive. But some of the most well-known are Lucifer and Enki. Enki, the brother.
What about the idea of the return of Marduk?
He's one of the family members of the Anunnaki.
Mm-hmm. But the idea
the whole family are here now, ready to go.
But actually, I don't know for a fact that Marduk is here. In other words, he was supposed to be on his way back. Did you hear that?
He spends time off planet, but I have heard he spends time in Africa, Tanzania.
So you've heard he's here?
Yeah, I've heard he's here.
Okay.
I've heard the whole family's here. The old ones that are mentioned. In the Anunnaki, what Sitchin he mentions.
Well, so you've heard that Anu is here?
Well, Anu's
the
father, I think, of Enki.
That's a family member.
But he's here? Yep, I think they're here. He's here. I think in Judeo-Christian kind of information and teachings would be Jehovah.
The Garden of Eden, the whole Eden story is symbolic
back
of that.
to it. But these are flesh and blood people that are here.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, and you believe that they have a large part, reptilian.
Yeah, well, some factions are loyal to the father still, Anu, but then other ones are loyal, like the Fourth Reich, are loyal to Lucifer or Enki. And Albert Pike 33rd degree Mason said, quoted, that Lucifer is God, not Anu or Jehovah, his father.
Okay. Well, you know, sorry, it's laughable to me, but because the Anunnaki only go up so far in the spiritual hierarchy, in my view, and you know, so there's no way they reach that level. But in a sense, we are all gods, so loosely you could say that.
I'm just talking the biblical God.
Yeah, the one they
the
talk
Jehovah
about,
and things. Yeah,
like,
I mean, I
Bible.
don't believe in
That was-
God and gods,
that
but
was,
yeah,
you know, programming.
Yeah.
Of, like a propaganda,
Yeah.
if you will.
yeah,
So that the humans would sort of bow down to them and obey them.
yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna pause here for just a minute. Thanks again, all you little maniacs. What do you think about Max Spiers and Michael Prince, Super Soldiers? Another Carrie Cassidy interview.
Maybe a primary position now is taking a secondary position. But you must have
Yeah.
altars as a super soldier.
Yeah,
Now,
I mean,
don't
yeah,
know
of
if
course.
You know all your altars, but you know, I'm throwing that out.
They're slowly coming through. I mean, there's a lot of them. But yeah, I mean, you've hit the nail on the head there. The reason why I've been able to remember so much is because I feel people try and deprogram themselves backwards. What I mean by that is you have a fake front altar, which is like the good guy that you present to the world, which is always trying to be moral, I'm really good, I'm really kind. And then you've got the other ones that are more primal, behind more dark.
Right.
So what people do is they try and get rid of the more primal ones and enhance the good guy, kind one. But what I've done, I've reversed it. So I've kind of just got rid of the guy with loads of morals and is always trying to be kind, and I've brought the more primal ones forward. So back when I was talking to you, you're probably dealing with the Mr. Nice guy now, but I'm just more
Yeah,
I'm
but
just
I'll
more
say
honest these days.
Personality-wise, he was a bit different, at least on paper,
Yeah.
than what I'm getting from you.
Mm.
Part of the reason
Where
why
you
I
at?
can recognize you.
What?
Okay.
Although it's hard to, it's often, I deal with so many people, and often when I meet them in person, sometimes they just don't look like the pictures,
Yeah.
their whole, you know, persona is different. But what I want to ask you about that is that person talked to me, or wrote to me, and said something that was quite interesting. He was talking about machine sort of mentality, or machine consciousness versus an AI, and that they're very different. And he was basically talking about how, in a certain sense, this person that wrote to me, who's a faction view in theory, believed that the machine, what could be sort of, that machine consciousness, in a sense, wasn't our enemy, but that the AI definitely was.
Okay.
Now, does that resonate with you or make any sense? Do you have anything
That
to
was
say to it?
that was my understanding back then, but my understanding expands as time goes forward. So I was under the impression back then that all AI is really dangerous and it all needs to be got rid of. But as you progress, you learn more. And I think there's certain AI that's acceptable and can be controlled, and has been incorporated into super soldiers. But then at the same time, you know, it can make you cold, and it can you're not dealing with emotions anymore so much, human emotions.
Well, machines aren't dealing with human emotions either, right?
Exactly. So some of the super soldiers and the cyborgs, they think that they're more free now. They purge themselves of feelings, and they feel more liberated. But again, it's semantics. It's not good or bad. What's good for one person is bad for another person.
Okay, well, I think when, you know, I'm not a person who believes everything is relative. So I understand that, you know, rationale, but I don't agree with it. So in other words, you can determine what's good for a person, a human versus a machine versus an AI. Now, that's a whole nother, you know, discussion. But so I was just, it's interesting to hear where you're at with this now in terms of your what I'm dealing with here, which is the person that you are today, as opposed to the person that sent me that information, which was a couple of years ago now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Max, do you have any thoughts about machines versus AI?
I don't know how to separate the two of them. I understand AI. I understand that that technology and how it's integrated into human beings, but I don't know the specific differences between machines and AI. That's Michael's thing. Yeah.
All right. So, what about your familiarity with underground bases in the United States and in England?
Okay. Yeah. I have connections to CLC1 base, which is the Central London Underground base, and I think that's where the majority of my initial programming went on, and also that's some of my earlier memories of Michael were in this particular base. The connections to Canada too. There's a base there. I mean, I know that I was in Canada. I know my parents were both there just before I was born. There was there's some tie to that Nelson in Canada and in London as well. And there have been memories of the Dulcie base that have come back to me over the last couple of years. Very clear memories of there. Wearing a uniform, actually working for it, but not feeling like myself, but not feeling like this person now talking to you. We're being weighed every time I had. Just clear memories having to be weighed naked before I could go change floors or go through certain doorways. They'd have to weigh me. They were the first ones that came back. And seeing just some nasty stuff, just seeing some pretty unbelievably brutal stuff, actually. Yeah, cages and things like that.
Okay. What about you, Michael, underground bases?
Well, from the time in 1976, being an info, I've just been transferred from base to base, underground base, all around the world, and then farmed out to the topside civilian community for 6 months here and then and back underground. So it's just been going top and bottom for my...
So you have a pretty wide familiarity with various underground bases, you would say?
Yeah, I mean... San Antonio is a big hub nest of entrances, and
okay. Since you did bring up San Antonio, you're obviously aware of this. Both of you have to be aware of the secret space program. Mm-hmm. I've been told there's a command and control center, for example, in Phobos. Have you ever heard that?
The moon?
Phobos. It's a moon of Mars.
Yes, yeah, I've heard of that. I've heard about that. Yes, I don't know details on it, but I mean I've read it.
It supposedly changed directions out of orbit.
Recently?
I don't know about recently.
Okay, well.
I think that's the whole Houston space program. That's why we're down there too. I mean, there's definitely connections with the space program. I've seen it on file. I remember so much with the space program.
I've been in Houston in the last year as well. I was right by NASA.
The whole NASA thing.
San Antonio and Houston would be connected by an underground base.
And Dallas as well.
It's all, yeah, it's heavy with the space programs, obviously.
But I had a communication with somebody about that. So have either one of you gone to Mars, for example?
Yeah.
Yeah. And would you agree that the surface Mars we see is not the Mars you went to?
It looks like Phoenix, Arizona, some areas of Mars. It's exactly like it. There's apartments there, buildings.
Is it really cold, like NASA?
It's almost identical to Phoenix, Arizona. The weather's similar, the mountains there.
I think that's why Sedona is that called that area.
Because Cydonia.
Yeah.
I mean, some people, they could even ship people to Mars and tell them they're in Phoenix, Arizona. Yeah. And they wouldn't know the difference.
When you were at Mars, did you first of all, did you go there using any kind of corridor? In other words, did you teleport? Do you know the means by which you went?
There was two different, from the memories that I had in 2008, there was two different ways. One was when I was much younger, and that was through a door, and that was immediately there. The other way I was more of an adult, and there was a countdown to appearing. Things would come on a screen, and it would say 15 seconds to Mars, 10 seconds to Mars, 5 seconds to Mars, and then it would be there. It's almost like I was contained within something, traveling there, but it would only take 20 to 30 seconds.
How about you?
I mean, I've been involved in more of the advanced space command with the huge big triangle ships, but I've also been involved in standard rocket launches as an astronaut with just a spacesuit on.
Okay.
As standard rockets, and they're going down from places like Peru, rocket launches in Peru, going up to the moon and things. So it's on my file that I've been involved in the Clavier space on the moon.
Okay, but what you're talking about would be very old school technology. So when you say a black triangle, are you, for example, are you familiar with the Venture Star?
No, not familiar with that term. No.
Okay.
With that, the launches in Peru, they were doing standard rocket launches, like NASA style, old school, with an astronaut suit on, then blasting off to the Space Command in the outer atmosphere. And then you're going on more advanced ships there, to Mars.
Okay.
So it's all done, it's covering it up.
Recently, there was supposedly some kind of a battle between what appeared to be a black triangle, a very large black triangle in South Africa, and a UFO of possibly a cigar shape, but a very large UFO. And I guess the military, there's a base there somewhere near in Cape Town area. Did you hear about that?
Not familiar with that, no.
Okay. There was gunfire. It appears that perhaps people at the base were firing at one of the UFOs. I'm not sure which one. One of them could have been ours. In other words, one of our space program craft, and one of them may have been an off-planet vehicle. You're aware that there is a war going on, right?
I think the cigar ships are reptilian ships, but it's all. The whole war going on is a reptilian war, as you mentioned anyway. There's different extraterrestrial races, of course, but most extraterrestrials now, regarding the Earth situation, have aligned to one of the two factions.
Between the what?
Fourth Reich and the opposite Zionist faction. So it's kind of, the battle lines are being drawn.
But in terms of the ETs, what are you talking about? Two different reptilian factions fighting each other?
Yeah, two different reptilian, but it's almost, well, it's not almost like the other extraterrestrial races that have been hovering around out there have all aligned with one or the other. So it's just the battle lines have been drawn now. It's one or the other. It's like it goes back to the old Luciferian wars a long time ago. It's like history repeating itself.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's history repeating itself.
Okay. So what about, do you know who Clark McClelland is?
No.
He worked with the Apollo astronauts. He was the one who came forward and talked about seeing an Anunnaki on the space shuttle, giving orders to our American astronauts. He anyway has the website. I think it's called Stargate Chronicles or something like that. Anyway, he has come forward a number of times over the years, but recently I interviewed him. He talked about Aldebaran, and that there was a ship on the way here from Aldebaran, and Aldebaran has always been considered, in a sense, the home of the Fourth Reich type group. So does any of that ring a bell? In other words, would that make sense? Have you heard about Aldebaran? Have you had dealings with this area of space?
There's
I think there's more than one. There's an Aldebaran system, and there's more than one.
I think Aldebaran's actually a star with planets around it. And since I was a young child, I was involved with one particular spacecraft. It was a huge black triangle, and it's an Aldebaran craft. It's very old, but it's known by US Air Force Space Command's Calliope, and that's That stands for Catalyst Accelerator Long Range Audio Platform, Orbital Platform Intelligence Apparatus. So it's a bit of a mouthful, but Calopia. And that, like I said, that's an Aldebaran ship. And it's very old. And it orbits the Earth, and but it has a US Air Force Space Command symbol on the side of it. But it's almost like they sponsor it, but it's not one of their craft.
Sounds like though it's got an AI on board.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of a female AI.
Okay. Did either one of you happen to see the Tom Cruise movie Oblivion?
Didn't see it yet, but I hadn't planned to see that. Was there ties in with that movie?
Yeah, could be. That would be interesting to hear your reactions.
I saw it.
You did?
Yeah.
And did you pick up on, I mean, obviously you see the whole planet, Earth, what is now Earth, is run by an AI.
Yeah.
Off-planet AI.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the triangle ship in the atmosphere is AI. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's very indicative of what could happen. And then it creates the army of Tom Cruise clones that invade the Earth.
Okay. What about the notion that, you should go see the movie, Max.
Mm-hmm.
What happens is there's been a war and the humans have lost, and most of the humans left, or they won, but they lost the Earth, and they left the Earth for the most part. There are small communities of humans that are left behind and sort of hiding in underground bases.
Okay.
But the planet itself is run by an AI. Tom Cruise is like a super soldier type whose job is to fix the drones when they fall apart that are kind of running the planet.
Interesting. Tom Cruise seems to create movies because of his connection to Scientology and L. Ron Hubbard, and Hubbard's connections to Crowley, which is connected to Montauk. He seems to be playing out that, and it's most of his movies are encoded.
Yes,
you know?
Absolutely. Let's see, and I won't keep you for much longer. I mean, thank you for all of this.
No problem.
In terms of the near range scenario, do you acknowledge that there is a sort of that they don't really go by countries so much? That Britain and Australia and Canada and I forget which other countries are part of this pact, but there's a sort of a pact that makes up a sort of one side. And then there are other sides that involve sort of, China and various countries around that.
Well, I was told basically any nation that's part of NATO has access to these projects. I don't know if that rings true to either of you two.
Okay, so I guess the question is whether or not you're aware, because in a sense, as super soldiers, you report to somebody. And so you also have to know who you don't report to, who the enemy is, if you will. How do you recognize the enemy in a scenario such as we've got here on Earth, where, in essence, we're approaching what is in essence a one world government, but there's definitely areas where they're more loyal to, let's say, if you want to call it the Zionist faction.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that actually is the split you're making, because I do see what you're talking about, but I get a feeling that at times they're working together. So it's really confusing. But what I'm asking is, in essence, is how do you tell who the good guys are, from your point of view?
Okay, well,
what I would consider a good guy is not who you would consider.
True. In essence, the super soldiers are bred to kill, so there's always an enemy.
But how,
there always has to be an enemy. The enemy. Okay, well, the enemy now is they're instigating a race war in America, and that's they're socially engineering it for a race war against blacks and whites, because they're trying to reduce the population, so they're targeting blacks in America as the first group, and it's an extension of what was going on in Africa with depopulating the blacks in Africa with engineered AIDS and things like that. So they're engineering social situations in America now and then that group is being currently targeted, the blacks in America, and there's a lot of race issues being brought into the media, like Obama is talking about, let's talk about race. In the media, a lot of things are focusing on race to get people's mindsets geared up for that. And it's, in essence, it's a continuation of social engineering programs from Haight-Ashbury in the 60s in San Francisco. The Manson family, the Charles Manson murders, and he was programmed at China Lake for the social engineering. Charles Manson was talking about Helter Skelter, which was a race war, an apocalyptic race war in America between blacks and whites.
With the Beatles triggering.
Yeah, and the Beatles triggered that, the Helter Skelter song. And then that was, the Manson murders were supposed to trigger that. And that was, the Helter Skelter race war was supposed to start in Haight-Ashbury, the hippie colony in San Francisco.
At the moment, that actually sounds sort of passé.
Yeah.
In a sense, it doesn't. Of course, I live in LA, and it just doesn't seem realistic at this time, from my point of view. That doesn't seem like it's going to fly.
But they've often tried to, with the Fourth Reich being based on the West Coast, they tried to trigger this helter-skelter apocalyptic race war in California with the LA riots. They tried to do it again, and they're going to keep trying to do it until all hell breaks loose between blacks and whites in America. Because to get back to the question, you said who's the current enemy? Well, the black race is being targeted currently in America. They're Afro-Americans.
Okay, but doesn't that seem like sort of an counterintuitive if the president is at least partially black?
But what does he consider himself? He's half black, half white, so is he loyal to the whites or is he loyal to the blacks? I'd say he's loyal to the whites, to the Rothschild.
And also, how easy would it be to trigger a race war if it was set up that a clone version of him was shot by a white supremacist? Then that would immediately trigger an uprising.
That would be a perfect scenario.
Right.
They're going to keep socially, the Fourth Reich essentially is going to keep socially engineering these situations, like the Helter Skelter, the Manson in the 60s, the LA riots. Things will keep happening because they want to reduce the population, so they need to start with target groups.
Okay, and what about the notion that they're going to do it with things like earth changes and with causing, with the chemtrails, and basically they're killing people in essence with the radiation, chemtrails, and disease. There's a lot of thought that they may want to spread disease. And then even I've heard that there will be some bombings in prime cities here in the U.S. Have you heard any of that?
Well, that stuff's obviously going on every month now, the terrorist acts, and it's all orchestrated.
Well, actually, what I meant by that was something a lot bigger than what happened in Boston.
Well, back in Africa, I was friends with some SAS guys who were Rhodesian infantry people before they were involved with the SAS. They talked about bioengineered race weapons in Africa, put in the wells, which would only kill the blacks and wouldn't affect the whites. So there'll be, that sort of things, the chemtrails, bioengineered race weapons.
Okay, well, let me throw something a bit strange out at you. I recently heard that there was, that we gave away Africa to a group of an incoming race of beings. You heard about that?
I've heard different things to do with Africa and the direction of Africa in the future. I've heard there's social engineering programs where they're trying to encourage African Americans to go back to Africa and give them property and housing back there. And there's one really big one. It was even in the mainstream media. I forget what it was called now. But there's this big movement to get the blacks back to Africa, and I don't know if they're.
I've never heard of that.
I forget the name of this thing now. they were going to give them property and tax rebates and things like that. Because there was even, the Muslim movement, even the blacks themselves in their own community, there's a big movement to say, we don't really belong in America, we should go back to our homeland. And a lot of Africans who I talk to say that themselves. They say, I've never felt welcome here, I'd love to go back to Africa, I'd love to go back to my roots. There's definitely movements to kind of trigger that. So I'm not sure. I mean, I've heard they're going to try and get them back there and nuke Africa. I've heard they're going to try and get them back there and then sell them to incoming extraterrestrial races. So it could be connected to what you mentioned.
Okay, so, but in your positions, like it's sort of as super soldiers, for lack of a better terminology, do you, they don't let you in on the big picture, they don't sit around and have discussions with you, I assume, right?
Yeah, they do.
They do?
Yeah.
Okay, so they let you in on some of the plans, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay. And what about you?
That's for sure. From the beginning, from when I was a child, they explained how it was going to happen.
They do.
I think that was some input from my consciousness and how it was going to happen too.
Okay. I could be asking you questions all night, but just to wrap this up, and I want to thank both of you for taking the time. When you look at America, have you been told there is going to be a scenario where there's a financial meltdown, and then sort of riots in the streets, and then an implication of what do they call that, martial law, and a scenario? Have you seen it? Been told about a scenario in that direction?
I've just been told the current scenario is this whole race war thing. That's the current thing. Yeah. Well, I don't know whether they'll change it to something else, but that's the plan at the moment.
From what I know, that what Michael's saying is right, but that would also lead to when the race war happens, it will lead to some form of martial law, and that's what they're essentially wanting to do.
All right. So there we have it, Michael Prince and Max Spiers. So what do you all think about all of this super soldier talk? I can tell you that just these couple hours here that we've spent listening to these interviews, that is just a drop in the bucket as far as what's out there. And that's just going down the YouTube rabbit hole. That's not visiting each individual one of these ladies and gentlemen's their own personal websites and see who they've collaborated with and what kind of information is really out there. So be careful what you delve into, because there's plenty of information. So we just heard from Randy Cramer, Tony Rodriguez, Jason Rice, Max Spiers, and James Casbolt, also known as Michael Prince. I don't know what you all think about it. It's definitely entertaining. You know what I'm saying? Listen to these things. It reminds me of listening to Coast AM. And again, when he was brought up in this episode a couple of times, listening to Jimmy Church and his radio show that he's got rock and rolling, that, by the way, you can listen to right here at Spreaker Podcast. So follow our show, follow us on YouTube, Twitter, all the other places. You know where we're at. So honestly and truthfully, that is all about all of the time that we have for today. But definitely it's something to think about. Antarctica, Mars, the moon, super soldiers, Solar Warden, Moon Shadow, all of these special black ops projects that some say were funded by the government selling cocaine. Like, who does sell the cocaine? We know that during the 1980s, during the during the Contras, there was a time when the CIA allegedly brought cocaine in, and that's when Highway Ricky Ross and all of that kind of stuff. Then you think about time travel. We can look into, they talked about the Montauk, they talked about like all of these things, the Philadelphia experiment. Oh my goodness. What do you all think about all of these things? I think that they're definitely, it's good entertainment. There's one thing that, Randy Cramer touched on, the fact that he had permission to speak. Also, James Casbolt, Michael Prince also said that he had permission to speak. An update on Max Spiers is that he died. Some say that he was assassinated. As I've listened to a couple of different theories on his death. However, I think his death was listed as, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I know that he mysteriously died like in his sleep. And people think maybe he was poisoned, he overdosed or something. Honestly, I'm not sure. I just do know that Max Spiers, he is no longer with us. James Casbolt or Michael Prince went to prison. And he has since, I think he got out of prison somewhere around a year ago. What is he up to now? Is he still a super soldier? Some of the lectures that we listened to were from a few years ago. As you can tell, they're talking about Obama being the president and what have you. And some of them, like Randy Cramer, he's still doing his thing. So check out some other ones like Andrew Basiago, Brett Stallings, Project Solar Warden, and you can go down that YouTube rabbit hole yourself. But this provided us with a little bit of eargasm entertainment, some audio nuggets for today for all of you little maniacs. And I want to say thank you for the cheap therapy. And I would like to remind you that every single one of us has a special talent, that spirit that you feel inside you that wants to learn that skill or that special trade, or that already knows it, that knows that you would be doing what you love to do if you did that every day. Take aside 5-10 minutes to yourself and hone those skills and turn it into something great, because you deserve it, and the world will be a better place if you're doing something that you love to do. And if you're already doing that, then I give you a high five right upside your head with my cock. And with that, I'll leave all you little maniacs for today, all about the secret space program. Let me know what you think. Send us an email, give us a shout, and we might even have you on the Robcast. All of you little maniacs have a badass evening and an even better tomorrow. I am Zombie, and I'm out of here for the day, biatches. Peace.
Robcast Radio. Where else in the world would you want to go? We might vent about our day. We could tell a joke, so go get some chocolate cake, turn up the radio. Please don't swipe us, please just like us, and do not knock us until you try us. Coming at you live from Robcast radio station, a portal directly into your imagination. So turn up the Robcast, here it goes. It's Robcast Radio. Might even tell you a bedtime story. Possibly tuck you in, baby. Yeah, here it goes, little maniacs.